Okay, welcome everybody. I'd like to call the meeting to order at exactly 9 a.m. And I can confirm we have full quorum today. With that, Councillor Cloutier, could you please read the land acknowledgement?
I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions toward real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thank you very much. With that, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Clark. It is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, July 26, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, we will move right along to our one invited presentation. And we have with us today James Steele, Commissioner of Engineering and Public Works from the District of Muskoka. Welcome, James. This is very exciting that you're here with us today. I know, I'm sure we have a million questions, but I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to committee. Is the presentation up? Can everyone see that?
Nope, I think Natalie is working on that.
Sorry. Oh, it was there. Well, while they're doing that, maybe I'll introduce myself. So I'm James Steele. I'm the Commissioner of Engineering and Public Works for the District of Muskoka. I've been at the district for about 19 months now, so I'm still fairly new, but happy to join committee today and share a few things about the district system that fall under my my purview. So we'll move right along. So one of the key services that the district provides is transportation, and transportation network. I like to think of it as the purpose of the transportation network is to connect communities. And so really when you think about the district network, it connects all the different communities across the district, certainly runs through main streets. I mean, certainly the project that we did with the town of Huntsville, great success, and I'll say award-winning project. So really great collaboration with the town of Huntsville on that project. And maybe I'll just give a quick summary of the infrastructure that we have. So 1,400 lane kilometers across the district, which is a pretty substantial amount given the number of residents that we have, 60,000 approximately, certainly increasing to north of 100, and I think it was 130 I heard on the radio this morning. And so, but supporting folks going through the communities and making their way across between the municipalities. And so the one interesting thing about the district's road system is they came from different places. So they were sort of, lumber roads to old MTO highways. And so there's a broad range of classifications for the roads. And so that adds new challenges and different expectations to residents as they travel them. And so they have a certain standard that they expect, and but they have different purposes. And so it's one of the challenges that we have, and we'll work collaboratively with members of committee and council at the district level, but certainly at the area municipalities. This is just a sort of overall map of the district roads across the district. Interesting thing about this is there's a lot of structures and bridges to support the road network, and that's because of course, it's Muskoka, so there's lots of lakes and rivers and that sort of thing, and all those things require structures, which are pretty substantive, and including two movable bridges that are actually in Muskoka Lakes. But and you might have seen on the on our social media feed that we were doing some inspections this week, and so certainly. Certainly could be intrusive to folks to do those inspections, but certainly things went well, I think, and we were able to do the inspections within the time we expected. Maybe we'll just move over. So some of the facts that you might not know about the district road system and our transportation is one of the things, and I know you spoke about it at your last general committee meeting about active transportation. The district has an active transportation policy that commits to allowing paved shoulders on all the district roads as they're getting rehabilitated. But the other thing that I think is more important to share, especially as you develop your policy, is that we actually have an active transportation reserve that allows municipalities to apply to the district to support their projects that support active transportation. And so that's a really great opportunity for area municipalities to consider when they're adding infrastructure like that. But certainly, as the conversation took place last month, having it constructed that way when it's first built is certainly the best option, and planning for it and planning networks. And so I think I'll share that my thoughts are that it was a great recommendation to have developers or included in your design standards that have that contemplated as the developments are created. From a roads and winter maintenance perspective, the district actually doesn't own any equipment itself. And so the way that works at the district is some area municipalities, we contract that service to their public works folks. So with the exception of Huntsville, and then it's contracted to a contractor. So we don't have employees that are doing the actual road maintenance or the filling potholes or clearing snow and that sort of thing. So it's 100% contracted out. But I think there are really great collaborations with the area municipalities to run those programs in conjunction with the work that they're already doing. And so I think there's more to come on that, but I think it's something that Director Ukivi and I have been talking about, is sort of what does the future look like for Huntsville, and are there opportunities to make sure that we're working efficiently, but also showing the public that we're delivering value. And I think that's an important aspect of the road maintenance, regardless of what the model is, and how do we make sure that we're only doing things once, we're only traveling over one path once. So I think that's an important aspect. And then the last thing I'll share is, and we get a number of calls from residents about condition of roads and why does my road have a pothole and that sort of thing. And I just thought I'd share to our committee this morning that we do a road classification or assessment every year. We drive all the district roads, we classify them on their condition, and then we develop our capital plan on that basis. So they could be minor capital, or it could go into a longer range capital program that could be a multi-year development, depending on the impact, but also the use of the road. But District Council recently directed staff to develop a program for low volume roads. So for example, a typical asset management program would look at what's the condition of the road and how many users are on it, and then do a prioritization on that basis. Well, of course, if you have a low number of users, the likelihood of a low volume road raising to the top to say this is a higher priority is really challenging. And so we recently received direction from District Council to look at how do we consider low volume roads so that they don't always fall off the bottom or below the line. And so we're working on that, but I think as we develop the 2024 capital budget, there will be definitely opportunities there to make improvements in that matter. But finally, as we develop our asset management plan and future levels of service, that'll certainly be factored in, because we need to make sure that we've also accounted for the costs of that increased development, increased capital cost. So water and wastewater. So the district is a single service provider for water and wastewater service in the district. We have 18 plants that operate across the district, water and wastewater. In Huntsville, there are 3 in the town proper, and then 1 in Port Sydney that does water service only. We have the Mount View plant, the Golden Pheasant plant that is scheduled for a significant upgrade, and the Ferry View water treatment plant on Highway 60. Mount View plant, I'll share, is an aged plant. It's past its useful life, and so it will be decommissioned in the next few years. I know we've had some complaints about odors from the plant, and so I'll share with committee today that we have an emergency project underway to resolve that, and so that'll happen over the next few weeks, and hopefully it resolves the issue. We were kind of trying to just let it hobble along, but knowing that it's a couple of years, we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the community. And so, but to be clear, it has always met its effluent criteria, so whatever was discharged met the regulatory compliance. It's just sort of operationally it's been challenging, and so we will rectify that. Some of the other interesting things about Muskoka, and maybe I should have shared that I came from the GTA. So some of the different challenges in the GTA than Muskoka, and one of the big things is Canadian Shield and rolling topography. And so it's really difficult to have a wastewater system where you can't just drain it by gravity, because gravity's free. And so we have a lot of wastewater pumping stations, about 80 across the district, which is pretty substantial. But again, we have similar to the roads perspective, we have a low number of users. So there's only about 12,700 households that are actually connected to the water wastewater system. And so through our growth across the district, we're expecting to see those numbers grow, and it'll just improve efficiencies and allow us to deliver the service more effectively. So a quick overview of the plants. So as you can see, there's the 4 plants in the town of Huntsville, and I'll skip right over and just go on to one of the feathers in my cap, I'll say, is we did receive a medal for second best drinking water in the world for the Ferryview water treatment plant that supplies water to all of Huntsville, the town proper. And so really exciting for that, really great credit to the team, but also great source of water here at Ferry Lake. Something other interesting is just about the discharge and effluent criteria for wastewater plants. They typically, the standards set by the ministry are higher quality than what the water in the receiving body is. So Ferry Lake, whatever the quality of the water there is, the ministry expects us to do better than that. And so generally speaking, the water discharge from the plant is better than the receiving body. And then last thing is actually, I don't know if it's got to district council yet, but certainly committee. No, it was a district council. We recently approved the changes to how we allocate capacity for new development. And so really exciting for staff from that perspective to really promote growth and really make sure that we're maximizing capacity in the facilities. Not only does it allow us to operate the plants more effectively, but also spreads the rate out across a larger number of folks. And so this really makes sure that capacity is available for folks when they come forward, and that we're not holding off on things that could potentially prevent development from occurring. And so waste. So everyone's favorite is waste. So solid waste is another service that my team is responsible for. And the complexities of the waste system in Muskoka is, as we heard this morning with the second home study, there's a substantial difference in how people use their properties across the district. And so there's urban, rural, and seasonal properties. We provide multifaceted services on the solid waste side. So from curbside collection, drop-off, we're moving away from the existing bin sites. And so there's more to come on. Huntsville is next in line to have some of the bin sites removed. But I'm really excited to share that we've been able to actually extend curbside collection to those neighborhoods. And so we see that as our sort of best solution. There's some complexities in a sense that there's some private roads, and so we're working with the private road associations to make sure that they're comfortable with the vehicles. And the interesting thing about that is with the new contract with GFL that we started last year, they actually have these little tiny garbage trucks, which are amazing to go down these small roads. And I think what we'll have to do is, if there's an event, we'll have to do a touch a truck, because it's hard to imagine to go from like a 40-foot massive collection vehicle that goes up and down Main Street to this tiny little 1-ton garbage truck that goes down these more rural settings. So it was certainly an important aspect of developing that contract to make sure that we can extend service to as many properties as possible across the district. So we have, the one thing I wanted to share on this is that all the facilities that are shown on this map are available to any resident of the district or anyone who generates waste in the district. So just because Stisted is the only transfer station in Huntsville doesn't mean that residents of Huntsville can't go to Sinclair, which is perhaps, if you're on sort of the east border of Huntsville, is probably closer than Stisted or somewhere going to Rosewarne. But I know we've heard concerns about the lack of facilities in Huntsville. And so we are working on our waste master plan, which will look at how do we best service the community and provide sort of, I want to say, equivalent service across the district. And so So that's an important aspect to share. So I know a number of residents have reached out to me to say they don't like driving to Stisted, and I understand that. And so how do we make sure that each resident feels as supported as the others? And so more to come on that, but certainly, and I know there's some requests about the Medill Church site. And it's not that it's not on the table, but we just want to make sure that if it is there, then it's the right place for us. There's some technical challenges with that location, but if that's the best spot, then that's certainly where it'll go. And so did you know, next year, we're transitioning away from blue box service. So the province introduced legislation that made producers responsible. So if you were at the grocery store recently and you noticed that the things that used to be black plastic are now clear plastic or white plastic, it's part of that transition of the producers being responsible. Black plastic is problematic to process because it's the same color as the conveyor belts that they use in the processing plants. And so it just ends up as garbage. So moving away from black plastics to other colors that can be processed, the producers are hoping to see a benefit financially, but certainly the biggest thing for the community is that the environmental benefits of that material not ending up in landfill. And across the province, they're predicting that there'll be no landfill capacity in Ontario in about 10 years. And so, everything we can do to keep material out of landfill, whether it's for the district or for the entire province, is going to be beneficial, because who wants a new landfill if you don't need it? And so we're working on, as part of that master plan, we will be looking at long-term disposal capacity for Rosewarne. So what does the future of Rosewarne look like? The only landfill in the district. What's the next phase for the district? And is there sort of a technological solution? Is it a new landfill? And really, how do you site a landfill with as minimal impact as possible? And so we're working on that, and we've got a few ideas. And so I think the master plan will really true that up for us. So Rosewarne has about 10 years capacity left. So we really have to start planning for the future. If we can get to 60%, which is that next bullet there, if we can get to 60% diversion, we can extend it by a few more years. But it inevitably will still need additional capacity. And as I mentioned on the last slide, that any resident business owner can use any of the transfer stations across the district. So you don't have to go to a Huntsville one if you live in Huntsville or work in Huntsville. So the one thing that when I was speaking to Director Ukivi about what I would talk about here is, and he had suggested maybe we can talk about collaboration. And I think one of the things that's important to me, but certainly important to the district, is working together, because ultimately we're serving the same public. And it might be divided between area municipalities, but certainly it's the same folks that we're serving. And so really working with Director Ukivi, we're already planning for winter. We've already had our first meeting to talk about how do we best coordinate our efforts this winter, but even into the future. And so looking at route mapping and really how do we make sure that as we drive through the community, regardless of what vehicle is branded, what the brand of the vehicle is, how do we best provide that service? And so certainly that's something on our radar. Joint construction project. So as I mentioned, the Main Street project was a great success. We have still a few things to sort out on that project, but I think overall the communication was important, and really the feedback from the community, I believe, was positive. Just knowing what was happening, because the last thing folks want to do is not know what's happening, because that sort of creates fear and concern. And so if we can work together on things, then it's just going to be better for everyone. And then the example is the paved shoulder initiative that was a resolution was received from Huntsville Council and brought to the district, and so we're moving forward with those paved shoulders to help with active transportation, or at least provide some space on the right-of-way for folks who want to ride bikes or walk, and a little bit more convenient for them than the gravel shoulders. And then just, and this is not specific to Huntsville, but certainly across the district, is we're working on our roads maintenance contract that we're about to put out to tender. And one of the things that we're building into that is flexibility to allow area municipalities, if they need a service, to be able to leverage that existing procurement if that's what makes sense to them. So, for example, we'll put that contract out. It'll talk about winter maintenance, roads maintenance, et cetera. If an area municipality says, I don't have the staff to do it, how am I going to get a contractor to do this work? You leverage that. The intent is that they can leverage that contract if they chose to get the best rates possible. And certainly if we work together, I think we'll see improvements in rates across the district. And so I think those are a few things. I did try to make that a bit brief because I know you have a full agenda today. But Madam Chair, happy to take any questions from committee.
See, I knew, James, that your presentation would be full of really great information. I have a whole page here, but that's not for me. So, but I do know there will be questions. Councillor Stone.
Thank you, and a great presentation. Thank you, Commissioner. Back to the Mount View treatment plant. We know that there was a tender that came for an upgrade to either Ferryview or Golden Pheasant that was way over budget, and we had to cancel that. My question is, do we need to wait for those upgrades before we can close Mount View?
So, yeah, through you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the question. So the answer is no. So we are moving forward. There's a tender on the street right now for Mount View upgrade, so we're going to convert that treatment plant to a pumping station. The only thing that's sort of not on hold, but we're working on right now because of that high price that came in on the outfall for Golden Pheasant is sort of recalibrating it. Can we use the existing outfall? Is there a way to manage the project with that outfall? And do we replace that new outfall with a force main from Mount View to Golden Pheasant? Because the intent of the overall project is to have all the treatment at Golden Pheasant, which is the plant on Highway 60, and close down Mount View. Just based on the geology and the topography, we will need a pumping station to move that sewage up to Golden Pheasant. But so the answer is no. They have to work in concert with each other, but we're not expecting a delay of the completion of that project.
And timeline?
So loosely,
Yes.
a couple of years. So we're expecting by 2026 that whole suite of projects will be complete. But Mount View will be one of the first ones, and what we're doing is sort of figuring out what the staging looks like to see, when do you flick the switch to move it over? Is there enough existing capacity at Golden Pheasant to receive that flow as it stands today? In which case we could move Mount View completely there. And so it's just running through those numbers to make sure that we're not stalling growth, but also continue to deliver the service that our residents expect.
Great information. Thank you.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. Along that lines of Mount View, James, I was thinking that hopefully the district's considering that piece of property may be becoming part of the Huntsville piece of property once you move the plant.
Not to put you on the spot, James.
Yeah,
I really
well,
don't
I'll
want
answer
to do
with a
that.
non-answer, actually. So, I mean, I think certainly everything's on the table. When the property becomes, it won't be vacant because we'll still have a pumping station there, but certainly the footprint will be smaller. I think certainly happy to have your CAO talk to our CAO and look at what that looks like. But I think certainly. I think it's important to the district to make sure that these pieces of property are at their best use. And so really, I think there's an openness to looking at how do you best use it. And certainly if it's for the town of Huntsville, then I think that there's probably an appetite to look at that.
Great, good stuff. Yep, a real question. Oh, okay, all right.
Thank you. I'm thinking about solid waste. When do you see us transitioning from the green garbage bags to clear garbage bags?
Well, it's a good question. Thank you for that. And through you, Madam Chair, I would say within the next couple of years. And part of the reason is we're going through a lot of changes right now. And so to just introduce another change on residents, it can be problematic. So we need to sort of manage through, blue box transition, the bin site removals, that sort of thing. So I would say it's going to be important to do it after we transition to producer responsibility for the blue box, because we want to make sure that they remain responsible for recycling. And part of the clear bags is to make sure there's no recycling in the clear bags. And so it reminds folks that to make sure they put their stuff in the right place, because if the producers are responsible, the district and taxpayers in the district are not paying to manage those materials as landfill as opposed to getting them sent to the right places by the producers. So it will be an important aspect, but it's going to take some time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schumacher.
Through you to Commissioner Steele. So yes, talking about waste and the steps that we need to. My understanding is right now pet waste is still solid. It's not a compostable, and I know other areas have been able to manufacture that. Is that something we are looking to do?
Through you, Madam Chair, we've got that question a number of times, and I think what I would share is our green bin program is it's really simple. So it's straight composting. Members of District Council would have seen the Windrow composting operation at our facilities. The challenge with pet waste is to make sure that it gets to the right temperature to destroy pathogens. And so because we're doing we have a simple compost operation, we don't reach those temperatures. And so it's problematic to include that type of waste. Other municipalities would use things like digestion, so anaerobic digestion. And so they do reach those temperatures that would kill all the pathogens. So I would say, as it stands now, no, but certainly nothing preventing us from looking at, is there an alternative system? Is there a different way to manage it? Can we help residents to encourage them to use materials that are more compostable? I think there's a few things that we could do, but as it stands right now, and it's part of our waste strategy or the long-term waste management plan, is to look at how do we keep any material out of landfill, and that certainly is one of the pieces. So I don't have a good answer right now, but certainly not off the table.
Thank you for that. Okay, follow-up? Yep.
Well, follow up on composting. So we have a lot of larger developments where, and I had a couple calls where they said they weren't able to get a green box for every apartment. Is that the case, or is it just this, they can get a small one, it goes into a larger? What is the process for, say, apartment buildings?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's a good question. So we have two things on the go for multi-residential properties. So the answer is, the way the bylaw stands right now is a multi-residential property is considered 4 units. So that's sort of the extent that the bylaw allows us to service multi-residential properties. But we do have Councillor Armour's resolution at District Council has asked us to look at how do we best service multi-residential properties. And so in the future, I can't say what the resolution is or the solution will be, but certainly how do we allow folks to manage their waste appropriately and get the material in the right spots. And it might be that they have to have private collection, but how do we promote them to have their own green bin program within that property? So some municipalities say, we're not going to service multi-residential properties. Some municipalities say, I want to service them because I want to make sure the material is going the right place. So we'll land on something in the future. But certainly it is an important thing and I'll share, when I worked for the City of Vaughan, we were rolling out organics at multi-residential properties, so it's certainly near and dear to my heart and moving that along, so.
I think Councillor Morrison, followed by Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Commissioner Steele. I'm just a comment and a question. A comment that seems like for once the province is doing something that's actually going to save us money. Instead of getting rid of the Blue Box program, I'm assuming is going to save us some money, which is awesome. The question I have is there any discussion at all about expanding? I think we had an email exchange about expanding the urban service boundaries as we grow. We're looking at population growth up to around 40,000. We know there's big parcels of land down Ravenscliffe Road and other areas, and looking at capacity. Is that something that's on the agenda, or is that way down the road?
So through you, Madam Chair, I'll sort of speak parallel because I can speak from the servicing side. It's certainly a planning question. It would be something that would have to be reviewed through the OP. We are doing a master servicing strategy for water, wastewater servicing to look at how much could you develop with the existing urban boundary, and maybe your planning staff or whatever could offer additional opinions. But I think it's not off the table, but it sort of has to be this sort of strategic. We don't want to. I would say, in my opinion, not speaking for the district, but in my personal opinion, you want to be cautious about expanding urban boundaries because then you get too much or too little density, and you can't fully utilize the infrastructure that's there. And so, not to say that it can't happen, but I would say philosophically, you probably want to use up what you have now before you expand the boundary, if that helps.
I think I've heard those exact same words from our planning staff at the district. But on the master surfacing strategy, what is the expected completion date for that?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's certainly something that the Ministry of the Environment is also interested in, and we are working on it. It was supposed to be complete earlier this year,
Right.
but we ran into some roadblocks just with respect to sort of planned growth. The way those studies typically would work is you go to the building community, a development community, and say, where would you grow? And then you take that data and put it into the model and say, here's the
Right.
required infrastructure to support that. What we've seen with across the district is there's no real, it's not clear where everyone's going to grow. And so we've sort of taken, I know Huntsville is different because it's certainly a different concentration, but across the district, so district-wide. And so what we've said is, okay, well, let's make the first step to say how much could you grow with the existing infrastructure,
Right.
and where does that fit? Where could you develop today? And if you needed to expand, where would you best expand to get the best value? And so we're working on that. So it was a little bit of a detour from what was originally intended of the work. So I would say I'll say sometime next year that it'll be done. But I think it is an important planning document for us to just see, are we on the right track? Are there things we need to start thinking about? Because an EA can take some time. And so we want to be prepared for when that growth happens, to not say no or not delay the actual growth when folks are moving forward.
Okay, that's great. And Councillor Clark, and then I think I have to wrap up. Councillor Renwick hasn't had a chance. Okay, all right, Councillor Clark.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I just want to ask you briefly about paved shoulders. We've had lots of discussions around the table about that, and that the district is going to be working with us on some of that. I'm just wondering, there's lots of areas where paved shoulders might be created where people will want to use them in the wintertime. And I'm just wondering if, I'm thinking specifically of Muskoka Road 3 North, and I'm just wondering if the district is willing to collaborate with us to be able to work to keep some of those areas open in the wintertime for usage. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, and and thank you for the question. I think it's a valid question. We follow the minimum maintenance standards set out by the MTO on maintenance of the road network. And so the paved shoulders are part of the road surface. They may not be cleared as quickly as the actual traveled portion of the road, but certainly they will be cleared to make sure that errant vehicles could come off. That's part of the ministry's requirements. So it's not like a sidewalk. It doesn't operate like a sidewalk or a bike lane. It's still seen as part of the road platform. And so definitely work with your team to make sure that it is serving the community. But certainly you can expect that those shoulders will be cleared similar to what we would do with any shoulder, so whether it's paved or not, to make sure that the system's operating, the road network is available for folks.
Thank you for that.
Does that answer your question?
Councillor Clark, yep. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be brief. Just a comment and a question for you, Commissioner. The comment is congratulations on having the second best tasting water in the world. I mean, we should be celebrating that.
We should have a big plaque
We
somewhere,
should.
shouldn't we?
And we're good at
Seriously.
plaques, so I think, I know when my kids come home from Toronto, no offense, but they say the water tastes so great up here. It really does, so congratulations. My other question for you is about earth bins. And my work with the BIA in the past, but also presently, and that garbage in the downtown at times can be very overwhelming when we put it out on a Wednesday night or a Thursday morning. But earth bins, and I think the district does have earth bins, and what's your comment on them, or what's your feel of them?
So thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. I think, thank you for the compliment. We appreciate that, and certainly we got a certificate for it, so we'll be posting it at the district office. And then with respect to earth bins, we have them. So at all of our transfer stations and depots, the organics are collected in an earth bin. And the benefit there is that it's mostly underground, it's less intrusive at the surface, but gives you the capacity so you're not dumping it too often. So I would say I would be supportive of it. The challenge is you still need a spot to put it. And so more to come actually on the downtowns and how waste is collected there. There was a report that we brought forward at committee last month, discussing providing service to not multi-res, commercial properties, in particular downtown cores, and so the main streets and that sort of thing. So it is a solution, but I think we can come up with something that's well, that makes sense to the community, and understanding the impact of putting all the waste out along the road, especially during the day. So I think there's potential solutions for that, but more to come on that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Before you go, a quick question about the active transportation policy. Is that being updated right now?
Through you, Madam Chair, to yourself, it isn't being updated because we think it's still working.
It's still working.
It's still working. Like I mentioned earlier, there is the grant program or the active transportation reserve that's certainly open to area municipalities. So I think what we would like to promote, and this is my perspective, is looking at sort of supporting off-road facilities. So sidewalks, multi-use paths, that sort of thing. The paved shoulders can be effective.
Yep.
But you're still having folks adjacent to traffic. And so it's not really the best solution. It's a good interim step, in my opinion. But I think really moving towards a dedicated facility for active transportation, I think you would see more uptake from the public. And certainly happy to provide any feedback or comments as the town's policy is developed.
That's great, and that's sort of where I was going. And last question about the active transportation reserve. I can't remember what we currently have in that reserve.
Don't quote me on the exact number, but I think it's
won't.
more than $500,000. I think it's pretty substantial reserve, and it's been put away since I think since 2010, and there has been very little use of it. So
I think Huntsville is the only municipality that's actually accessed that reserve to date.
Yeah.
But that was years ago, so certainly it's time again. One last question to you, Councillor Schumacher, and we have to move on.
Thank you. Through you to Commissioner Steele. If Medill does end up on the table, I'm assuming we will do a good job of working together for public consultation, because I know Councillor Fitzgerald and I, being the ones in that area and that ward, are getting definitely questions coming forward. So just to make sure that's...
With that, thank you very much. You see, questions, many questions. You were probably right. We should probably have gone straight to questions, but it was my bad. I thought the presentation was really worth hearing, so thank you.
Well, thank you,
for being here.
Madam Chair. If I can just say two things. So number one, shoot your questions, whether it's through a district council member or to myself. I'm happy to respond, and whether it's for a constituent or yourself. And then the last thing I'll throw out there is we are offering opportunities if there are members of council that are interested to come and tour some of our facilities. We can come and tour the water plant, the award-winning water plant on Highway 60, or some of our water facilities, certainly coming down to the landfill to see how the Rosewarne operates. And so that's an open invitation. What I would ask is perhaps if there is interest, maybe through your member of EPW committee, Deputy Mayor Armour, we can certainly coordinate that, and happy to host any member of council that's interested.
Thank you for that. I have to say that is well worth it, especially Rosewarne facility. It is incredible, the work that goes on there. So thank you for that. All right, we're going to move on and move to our deputations. The first one being Alison Withey is here on behalf of the Aspenden Wildlife Sanctuary, and to speak to us about the Beaver Dam bylaw. Welcome, Alison. Yes, my apologies. I should have mentioned that. It's on my list. No, just once. Just hit the button. When you see the red light, you're on. You're good to go.
Testing.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. As you know, as it's been mentioned, my name is Alison Withey, and I'm here to talk to you about beaver dams and the current bylaw. So just So I was warned that your internet's a bit slow, so the howl of the coyote was meant for the end when you saw the coyote howling. But you can put two and two together. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to share this video with you because I believe it is a very succinct way of letting you know what we do at the sanctuary. So we rescue, rehab, release. Boom, you saw it there. And we also provide forever homes to animals who can't be returned to the wild. Importantly, we are not an advocacy group, but we do educate people about living in harmony with wildlife. So on a regular basis, we're out in the community. You may have seen us at the Maple Festival here in Huntsville. We're often asked to go to speaking engagements. We've spoken to 800 people since the beginning of the year at different events, and more than once, members of the community throughout Muskoka, they've come to us and they've been concerned about decisions that have been put in front of them as it relates to beaver dams on their property. So that's what's initiated this. Because we educate, I wanted to use this as an opportunity to give a little plug for the beaver, or I should say a huge plug for the beaver. You may know that the beavers are a keystone species. And what that means is that if the beaver were to be removed, it would have a huge impact, an irreparable impact on other species. I also wanted to just say to you or share with you some of the wonderful things about the beaver. I think of them as like nature's Swiss Army knife. They don't just create habitats, as you probably know, but they also actually act as a sponge. And by doing so, they provide insurance against drought. So when there are periods of drought, farmers or people can draw upon the water from around the wetland area. Interestingly enough, too, is that when you guys around this table, you think of beavers, you may think of flooding, but they actually help to prevent flooding or slow surges of water down, because when you think of a beaver dam, it's a bump, so it's like a speed bump and it slows a surge of water down. Beaver dams are also known to improve water quality. If you picture pollution, particles falling down, and as the speed bumps slow the water down, the sediment drops, and the water further down is going to be clearer and cleaner. And finally, very important these days, there's a lot of fires around, and actually beaver dams, they act as fire breaks. And there's aerial pictures of a beaver dam area where you can see the fire coming in and then it's just stopped right at the beaver dam. So they do many, many things. But also, we are aware and we acknowledge the fact that beaver activity can cause damage. So when I'm sitting here, from the place I'm sitting at, I'm not saying that beavers don't cause damage and cause issues for you and your infrastructure and the town's infrastructure. What I'm here to do is to share that there are solutions that are available. So, more specifically, today's objective, and I'll read this off this slide, is to move to amend Huntsville's beaver bylaw to include coexistence strategies and actively encourage coexistence strategies while continuing to mitigate risk. Two things there that I want to point out. Coexistence strategies, basically these are ways in which you can prevent flooding. There are things like pond levelers and other things that you can do to help culverts from being plugged up by beaver dams. And Leslie is an expert in this, and she's going to be talking about this further. I also want to point out that I've intentionally put in there continuing to mitigate risk. We understand as a town you need to mitigate risk on many levels, and this is taken into consideration. So presently, the current bylaw states management of nuisance beavers and beaver dams in the town of Huntsville. From a risk management perspective, the bylaw says that it allows staff to enter onto private lands to investigate. This is good. This is important. It's risk mitigation. The bylaw also states that it places the responsibility of the beaver dam on property owner. Again, this is necessary. It's liability transfer, and we understand that. Where we see the gap in the bylaw and where we'd like to amend the bylaw has to do with the fact that nowhere, anywhere in here is there reference to coexistence strategies. If you were to have someone to come on your property and they would give you a form to fill out, the form basically says option A, and you have to sign this form or you have to tick it off. Option A is to give the town or licensed trapper access to deal with the nuisance beaver or dams, okay? That's your option A. Option B If you refuse to tick option A, it will result in legal action and you will be held liable. So I believe this is why people have been coming to us and they've been concerned, because they're in between that proverbial rock and a hard place. And that's the main reason why we're here today. So we'd like to suggest some simple amendments. We'd like this to be a policy respecting coexistence with beavers and the management of beaver dams. And we'd like to incorporate coexistence strategies. What I'd really love to see is I'd love to see a statement along the lines of that the council and the corporation of the town of Huntsville acknowledges the immense ecological benefit of the beaver and its dams and strongly supports the use of coexistence strategies. So basically, we would also like to see another option. So we don't want people to be in the rock and the hard place. We want them to be presented with a new option, option A. And option A is that person has to commit to implementing coexistence strategies by a set date. So if there appears to be a potential problem, they need to commit to these strategies. They need to implement these strategies properly and thoroughly, and in a way that that someone has been trained to help them to do. Okay, then you would go back to option B, get a trapper in, option C, okay? But first and foremost, people need a choice. And the beavers need a chance, so it's about chance and choice. I'd like to now turn it over to Leslie Fox, and she's gonna talk about the different resources out there to help us as a town let people know about these coexistence strategies. This is not new, this is not expensive, and Leslie can talk all about this.
Thank you, Allison. Hi, everyone. Good morning from Vancouver Island here on the West Coast. I'm really excited to spend some time with you today to talk to you a little bit about solutions for managing beaver activity. So the Fur Bears, we're a registered charity, and we work with landowners, municipalities all across Canada to help them coexist with animals, particularly beavers. One of our partner organizations is also the Beaver Institute. And so I'll speak to that first, and then I'll kind of move you through some slides, giving you some examples of what coexistence can look like. The Beaver Institute is primarily an educational training institute. They're based in Massachusetts. They are American. However, they have a wealth of knowledge. There's an online training course that is available to municipal staff, to landowners. They also provide video content, YouTube, sort of a do-it-yourself training series on how to implement some of these strategies. And there's all kinds of information in their library, scientific studies about the benefits of beavers. So there's a really great resource through them that's primarily online based. Next slide. So the Fur Bears, gets involved by also providing education and training opportunities. We have a scholarship program. From time to time, we also provide funding to private landowners, municipalities, depending on what's needed. It's sort of a case-by-case basis. And we have several resources available, both online and in print, talking about different solutions, flow devices, different ways that we can address any type of issues that might result from beaver activity. Next slide. So taking you through some of these, alternative non-lethal solutions, what do they look like? How do they work? How much do they cost? So it's important to know that these solutions have been used by municipalities and landowners all across Canada. Here on the West Coast, they're very popular. Many municipalities have this built into their legislation where they prioritize coexistence first. They are looking to build climate-resistant communities. They want to keep water on the landscape, and they also want to keep people safe, and they also want to protect infrastructure. And so coexistence really presents a great opportunity for communities to prioritize sustainability, and then again, provide some real practical solutions to potential issues that could result from beaver activity. So one of those things is tree wrapping. Beavers take down trees. They do that to build their dams, their lodges, and it's also a source of food. Sometimes there can be concerns as it relates to specific locations of trees. Trees, we don't want them to fall on people's houses or potential highways. Tree wrapping is a really great solution. It's fairly inexpensive and it can be done by pretty much anyone using minimal equipment. Next slide. Culverts and exclusion fencing. So these are really popular devices. There's all kinds of names for them: beaver deceiver, pond levelers, beaver bafflers, beaver cones, and it all sort of means the same thing. The most succinct way to explain a culvert exclusion fencing or combo device, it's a cage and pipe system that's integrated with a dam. So typically, one of the biggest challenges with beavers is the concern related to flooding. And it's really actually not a reason to kill a beaver, because it's totally solvable. So the problem actually isn't the beaver, the problem is the water level, right? And so by using these cage pipe system, we can artificially raise and lower water levels. And again, these devices are integrated with the dam. I'm happy to answer your questions after the presentation, maybe some more technical questions about how they work. But they're installed sort of, again, in conjunction with the beaver dam. The pipe goes through the dam, and beavers incorporate that pipe into the dam, and then of course the water moves from one side to the other. It doesn't harm the beaver, and again, it manages the flow of water, the height of the water. These devices cost on a low end about $800, on a higher end maybe a few thousand, and again, that really is site specific, so it depends on the materials, the size, that type of a thing. These can be installed by pretty much anyone within a few hours. I would say between 4 to 6 hours would be the average amount of time that you would need to install one of these devices, and materials can usually be sourced locally through different hardware and construction companies. Dam and pond levelers, again, very similar. So you can see here, this is the outflow from one of the pond levelers. So the water is actually going through the dam, and then the beavers, again, incorporating that pipe. Next slide. Combo devices, very similar. So beavers tend to like culverts, and they tend to have some of their damming activities around culverts. And so these types of devices, again, using pipes to move water, the PVC pipes, but also fencing. And it just simply keeps beavers out of culverts and areas where they shouldn't need to go. Water can pass through that grid there, the fencing grid. So there's lots of solutions.
Okay, great.
So the next steps, I will turn that back over to Allison.
Great, thank you. So because I know we have limited time, and wrapping up what I'd like to share with you today, I think it's important to talk about next steps. And these are 3 simple next steps. Step number 1 is that I'm hoping to amend the bylaw, as I mentioned earlier on, to include coexistence strategies. We've already submitted a draft for consideration to sort of help with that. We don't write bylaws, so it's in your hands now. Step number 2 is to train town staff or local businesses who can make an entrepreneurial opportunity out of this. I know that when I say train, I mean that these individuals would be trained by the Beaver Institute. The Beaver Institute has trained one individual in our area. Sorry, and our area means down near Toronto. There's been 3 people that have reached out to me. They said they've called this person, but she's not going to come up unless she has tons of people, like a lot of people to come up for. So I think we need a local person trained on how to do what Leslie described earlier on, okay? Number 3 is, it's one thing to change the bylaw. It's one thing to add coexistence strategies in there. But I always get nervous because I picture the bylaw up on a shelf and being the best kept secret. So what I would encourage and I would like to see is some educational efforts for us to work jointly with the town of Huntsville, District Council, Aspen Valley. We've even spoken to the Watershed Council, and to have Fur Bearers Beaver Institute involved in some sort of communication. We can post solutions on our website, that kind of thing. And those are the next steps. And why now? You guys know that there is a growing public interest in the environment And when we spoke to Rebecca, she aptly pointed out that you're aware of the integrated watershed management. That's a big piece for you. Our communities are expanding. We know that. We also know that expanding communities equals greater conflict between people and animals. This is not going to go away. This is important. And super important is that the non-lethal solutions, they do exist. And they are economically and ecologically responsible. And that's it, if anyone has any questions.
Allison, thank you very much. It was a really thorough presentation, and I certainly understand your passion and your interest and knowledge on this, so much appreciated. Are there any questions with respect to the, yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Allison, for the report. It's great, very educational. I'm just curious with can you talk a little bit about what an inactive beaver pond, the risks that come with that when the beaver pond's actually not have beavers in it, like the...
Okay, so that's a question I'll direct to Leslie.
Sure. So there really is no risk to an inactive beaver pond because beavers, if beavers tend to go where water is flowing. They're attracted to flowing water. So an inactive beaver pond would just be water on the land. That it's not moving. The water wouldn't be rising. There's no activity there. And it's actually a benefit to your community. We're seeing a lot of communities really take an interest in keeping water on the land, particularly in times of drought and forest fire. So your risk is really minimal for inactive beaver ponds.
Yeah. Follow-up?
Not so much a follow-up. The reason I asked the question, because I know there's a few, we've had issues in and around our community where there's been inactive ponds that have let go with heavy rainfall, and then they flood areas in our community. So that's why I was wondering if the beaver itself would mediate that from happening by keeping the pond active and the water flowing.
I mean, certainly I think we can take this conversation offline and I can learn a little bit more about those ponds. If there's potentially old dams on those ponds, or if dams have been breached, or if there's something that has, changed. I'd need to see, I think, a little bit more information and maybe some mapping on some of those ponds. But certainly, I mean, you could use flow devices on old dams, like if there's leftover dams or something there that potentially there could be an opportunity.
That's interesting. Are there any other questions? I'm not seeing any. So, Allison, what we do after, as you know, I'm sure, after the deputation and after we've gone through our full agenda, at the end we have under new business, we'll look at recommendations as to any of the deputations before us, and that will be later on in the afternoon. So we will be dealing with this issue for sure. Okay? Thank you for your presentation today, and thank you, Leslie, I know it's early. It's still early out there.
It's very, very early, but I was born and raised in Ontario, and Huntsville is a really beautiful municipality. It's one of the crown jewels of Ontario. So Thank you so much for your work and service and for considering the wildlife. Wildlife is a big asset to your community. So thank you for considering coexistence opportunities.
Well, thank you for sharing that about our community. That helped a long way. That got you points for sure.
It is. It's undeniable. So, and like I said, it's an opportunity to be a leader too. And sustainability is a big deal for you folks. So, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. So, moving right along, the next deputation is via Zoom from Julie and Norm Johnson from 18 Holgren Lane, and it's a request for exception to short-term rental accommodation bylaw 2022-91 with respect to license limitation. Welcome. I see you, Norm. Can you hear us or?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Over to you.
Great. And sorry, there is a PowerPoint. Is that being controlled on my end or from your end?
We can share it, and our very capable staff will do that for us. Is it easier if Norm does it, Natalie? Okay, yep.
Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Norm Johnson. I'm representing my wife, Julie Johnson, as well as my mother-in-law, Lynn Matthews, who are both co-owners at our property at 18 Hallgren Lane. I'm here to request an exemption to the short-term rental bylaw occupancy limits, specifically permitting our occupancy capacity to be amended back to 16 persons. Next slide. Our family has had ties to the town of Huntsville for almost 2 decades. It started in 2005 when our children began attending summer camp at Wajidowin and Minneowi. We became enchanted with the beauty and wonder of Huntsville and the surrounding Muskoka region. We began a tradition as a family to make regular summer trips, also with our friends using various rental properties. In 2011, we invested in our first lakefront cottage property within Port Sydney together with another family and built a brand new 4-bedroom cottage. We all quickly became aware of the extensive cost of ownership when having a secondary vacation home, and we used short-term rental vacation rentals to offset some of that overhead. We also became aware at that time that our 4-bedroom property was not feasible for a family of our size, since we often completed our personal stays in conjunction with our friends and family. My wife and I have a combined total of 10 siblings, so family gatherings and get-togethers can often be quite sizable. The need for more space led us to further invest in building a larger 6-bedroom cottage. It was also in Port Sydney, and we completed construction in 2014. We continue to enjoy both cottages throughout the year, along with our friends and family, and continue to offer short-term rentals at both properties as a means to contribute to the operational cost. In 2018, we began construction of a new, larger cottage intended to better meet the needs of our family for our getaways and gatherings. My wife, my mother-in-law, and I are the owners, but we have always intended for this to be a generational or legacy cottage that would someday be passed down to our children and our grandchildren. As with our prior cottages, we would offer short-term rentals when not using it personally. During the pandemic, we did sell our properties, the 2 located in Port Sydney, but we continue to be the owners of 18 Hallgren Lane. Next slide. We have now been vacation property owners for over 12 years. We have also been offering short-term vacation rentals for over a decade in the town of Huntsville. And during that time, we have always been active owners who are committed to rent responsibly standards. And this means that we have cared a lot about maintaining good relationships with our neighbors and also our community. Now, to this end, we have put in place all industry best practices that we have learned about over the years to help achieve that outcome. And those practices are firstly, all of our rentals are governed by a minimum duration. This helps eliminate guests looking to host a party style event. So during the summer and all holidays, our minimum duration is 1 week. For other times throughout the year, we will offer a 2 or 3 night minimum stay. We have also mandated a rental agreement for every single stay. The rental agreement allows us to achieve several outcomes. Firstly, it lets us outline the house rules and municipal bylaws that govern the stay. Also, it allows us to ensure that the primary renter taking responsibility for the stay is 25 years or older. It also ensures we can collect a detailed list of each guest, so names of all adults and children that will be present during the stay, and that allows us to reaffirm the cottage's occupancy standards. And then our guests are only provided with a welcome reference, which gives them directions and access information once that agreement is completed and reviewed. Now, in addition, we use technology to assist in remotely monitoring our property and to ensure that order is maintained as follows. So we have 4 perimeter cameras connected to a recording device. And although we do respect our guests' right to privacy during their stay, these cameras can be accessed to verify any outdoor activity. Similarly, we have a ring entrance camera on the front porch that provides a clear record of all occupants as they enter or leave the cottage. And then we also have a noise-aware subscription. So that's used in conjunction with actual interior and exterior noise sensors. And those are a smart home device that measures volume levels throughout the property and allows us to respond in real time if there's ever a noise nuisance. And then lastly, we have a party squasher device and subscription. That's another smart home device that monitors the number of mobile devices in the cottage, and it notifies manager if the number exceeds our registered occupancy. Next slide. So in addition to technology, we also use some more traditional tactics by placing guests facing signage in certain areas of the property. And this helps us remind guests of rules and bylaws pertaining to their stay. So for example, by the fire pit, we have a fire pit usage sign, and that helps align the guests with the outdoor burning bylaw. By the waterfront, we have a sign that helps highlight good guest practices for maintaining safe and courteous use of the waterfront. Next slide. So our very active and committed involvement with all of our vacation properties within the town of Huntsville have been recognized by the platforms that we use. Accordingly, we've been designated as Superhost on Airbnb for 8 consecutive years and as a premier partner within the Vrbo platform over the past 7 years. Next slide. Our commitment and involvement as owners is also reflected in the fact that we have had no registered complaints communicated to us for the entire duration of 2023 and also the previous year of 2022. Although we are very pleased that our guests' adherence levels to our guidelines, we're not naive to think that one of our stays could never result in a rule violation, despite our best efforts to prevent those infractions. So in those cases, we have a long-standing relationship with local contractors that provide a rapid response. So for example, Craig Smith from Muskoka Lake Properties has been doing regular work for us since we completed construction of 18 Hallgren in 2019. He lives 5 kilometers away on the adjoining road, South Waseesa Lake Road. He's only a 7-minute drive away. We've also been using the services of Carrie Wilson from Cleaning by Design since 2015 at all of our cottages. She and her entire team are available for response. They're located about 15 minutes from the property. And then lastly, we have a seasonal site as a family at Muskoka Bible Center. My wife, my children stay there from May to October when we have guests staying at our property. And in those instances, we're accessible personally to visit the property within about 30 minutes. So to reiterate, we've always been very engaged owners. I personally manage all of our short-term rentals for the past 10 years, and I communicate with every single guest concerning their stay, and through each step of the reservation, the rental agreement, the welcome reference. I also personally visit the cottage during the summer season and often deal face-to-face with incoming and departing guests. And I've provided my contact info to all surrounding neighbors and encourage them to reach out if they ever have concerns. Next slide. So to share a little bit about our property at 18 Hallgren Lane, it's a 2.8 acre lakefront property. Next slide. We also specifically increased the size of the septic system and the driveway during development, and that was specifically to accommodate larger groups. Next slide. In total, the cottage has a 7,000 square footage of living space, and of that, about 2,000 square feet is comprised of bedrooms, and the remaining 5,000 square feet is common living space. Next slide. There are 8 identical bedrooms in the cottage. Each of them are the same layout and size, 270 square feet. They all contain 2 queen beds. Under the current revised short-term rental occupancy guidelines, we are only being permitted 1 1/4 guests per each bedroom. So this is a reduction from our prior allowance of 2 guests per bedroom. Next slide. So in our experience, short-term rental groups have been a positive contributor to tourism in the town of Huntsville. Studies suggest that guests like living like locals when they visit, which includes frequenting local attractions, local tours and events, restaurants, stores, and specialty shops. They've also indirectly contributed to the local economy through our regular and ongoing use of local service providers and contractors. So each of those contractors and service providers are necessary to maintain the property after each stay and also intermittently for overall property upkeep. And then lastly, our property has contributed to the tourism through the municipal accommodation tax program implemented in the past few years. To date, we have personally remitted over $25,000 from the associated rentals at 18 Hallgren. Next slide. So in summary, we have been responsible rental property owners since 2012 within the town of Huntsville. We have positively contributed to the local economy from our builds, our ongoing short-term rental operations, and also supporting local tourism. We've also positively contributed to the tourism funding via the Municipal Accommodation Tax Program. The town of Huntsville does have a provision within the current short-term rental licensing program to deal with problematic rentals, and that's using the violation or infraction-based approach. Operating under the current revised occupancy limits of 10 persons is not viable for this particular property, and our inability to gain support for returning to a requested capacity of 2 guests per bedroom would result in our need to consider relocation or redevelopment in an alternate town. But we're very hopeful that the council committee will see the benefits of allowing us to continue hosting tourism within the town of Huntsville, and will approve an amendment to our current occupancy capacity from 10 persons back to 16 persons. Thank you all very much for your time and attention in this matter.
Thank you very much, Norm. I'm at this point going to ask committee. Yes, Councillor Stone.
Thanks very much. So 8 bedrooms with 2 queen beds in each, so that's 36 people. This appears to be more like a hotel on a very small lake. I have great concerns with this. And I'm curious to know, you built this before you got the exception to the bylaw, of which you knew about. So what happens now if you don't get approval?
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. So to just to reiterate, I guess the capacity of 36 people presumes like 2 persons per bed, but the actual occupancy that we have been designated and been following at this cottage is actually 2 persons per room. So whether that's 1 person in each bed or 1 bed that goes unused. Similarly, when we use it on a personal basis, it just gives flexibility. Different families tend to be multi-generational families that are the most frequent guests. They use each bedroom and bed configuration based on the makeup of the group, so that changes by stay. In terms of the question of what we would do, we have had requests in the past for people to purchase the cottage for personal use, and of course, in that capacity, the occupancy standards would not apply regardless of the size of the family or gathering. It would just be a regular household. We're hoping that we can, avoid being in that situation, but that would be I guess that would be our fallback plan in this case.
Okay. Councillor Morrison.
So I guess just a quick question. I'm looking at the numbers and just thinking of the fairness to the neighbors. This is potentially 64 people per month of new neighbors, which is kind of what we're trying to avoid with our bylaw. Our bylaw is very well thought out. It was worked on by many, many, many people. But the question to you is, you're telling me that if you can't have 16 people per week, you're going to leave Huntsville. Is that correct?
Well, again, through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. The goal isn't that I want to leave Huntsville. The goal is just about sustainability or viability financially. We did implement the change that requested this year when we found out about the decrease in occupancy. Our percentage change in the first quarter was an 85% reduction in rentals. The second quarter was a little more favorable. It was 43% reduction in rentals. And now we are in the third quarter, the summer, which is normally the busiest time of the year. And we have 3 complete weeks that are unrented that were available for rental. So it's just a matter of looking at the demand for a cottage of that size with such a low occupancy rating to it.
Follow-up, Councillor Morrison?
So I guess you didn't really answer the question. And just so you know, we've had a lot of studies. We know that the bookings are down across the board. I don't think your bookings are down because you can't have 16 people. There's a 60% reduction in bookings this year. I know people who have empty bookings as well for 4 people. But I guess your statement in your presentation says we will have to relocate to another Muskoka town. So are you saying that is a true statement, that you will leave if you don't get the approval?
It's a true statement that we would not be able to sustain short-term rental operations of that property with that capacity of 10 persons, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions at this point? Okay, Norm, thank you for your presentation, and we will, later in the meeting, in fact, near the end, we will be looking at all of our deputation requests under new business. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, we are going to move right along to our third deputation and welcome Rachel and Ellen from our local BIA. Welcome, ladies. And I believe, is the whole presentation on parking? No, no, this will be entirely new.
Yeah.
And so it's really
not be
exciting. It's
aware.
really exciting for sure. And strictly downtown, exactly, exactly.
Okay, so first, we just want to thank you, Madam Chair and councillors, for seeing us today and hearing us out. As you know, we are part of the BIA, and we're here to represent our members and talk about a subject that doesn't get talked about enough, parking in our downtown. We know that there was a 2018 parking study during or before Streetscape or because of Streetscape, and I myself was convinced that we had enough parking. By the numbers on the piece of paper, it showed, wow, we have a lot of parking spaces downtown. But included in that study was a lot of private parking spaces, was also a parking lot that is a little bit unfriendly on the other side of the bridge, so really we don't have parking over there. There may be a lack of maybe education or communication on where to park in our downtown, specifically on the back side streets and stuff, right? Like when you come to Center Street, there is a P there that says, you know, turn here and there's parking. But then where do you go from there? There's no other communication to say where you can park. And we know for sure that people do not visit a town specifically because they can park their car. We know that with visitors, but what we're hearing from our locals is that there is not enough parking downtown, so why should I go downtown and shop? So that is a concern for us, and that is why we're here today, to make sure that their voices are heard and that they understand that we are trying our best to resolve that and ensure that everybody knows that there is enough parking in our downtown, or solutions on what we could do to bring more parking in our downtown. So I don't know if it's an exact myth that there's not enough parking or that we really are short on parking. I think there's an opportunity here to help our businesses because there has been a lot of negative impact on some of our businesses with the areas that are lacking parking. And I'm all about healthy and active living, and parking at the Summit Center sounds great because it's not that far, but perception is it's really far to just park your car there and come downtown, especially if you're a family or a lot of our seniors have a lot of hard time with this accessibility in our downtown. So there's a variety of things, obviously, that we want to cover, but I think our big ask out of this meeting is to continue the conversation, to work with your town staff to come up with solutions to parking. So, Ellen, if you want to take on the slides.
Sure. So, and our sort of motto, I think, through this whole process has been, what a great problem to have. It's wonderful that so many people want to come downtown. It's wonderful that so many people come downtown for so many different reasons, to hang out, to browse, to run errands, and so we're grateful for all of that. So we are also coming, along with our asks, we're also coming to let you know about some solutions at the square one level, to let you know, hey, here's what we're thinking, maybe for next summer, maybe in the future. For parking. So I will just dive right into it. Right, so we've talked about our downtown parking needs. The other ask we have for council today that I'll go into is the reopening of Dara Howell Way, and then I'll share some of the idea and information sessions. So we did send a survey to all of our members. We were really grateful. We got like about 65 staff responses, and yes, they say that parking is a daily problem. And what does that look like? So you'll see the biggest concern here is really the answer is like customer parking. Now, of course, and PowerPoint's disappearing. We hear about that too. Of course, like we know that if you have a great experience parking downtown, you're not going to walk into a business and say, gee, I had a great time parking downtown. Thank you so much, right? So, but the customer parking needs, maybe are like that it's a convenience issue, that it's a perception issue, or sometimes even that it's an accessibility issue, that not everyone's accessibility needs are obvious to us, but that people have trouble parking downtown. We are aware of the parking study and we do use it, and like Rachel said, there were some of the points here that we found with that the parking study just doesn't capture practically every day for members of the BIA. And we know that there's stuff in place and that there's a lot of great stuff in place, like our parking incentives. We encourage staff and have contests and rewards for employees to park downtown, away from downtown to free up those spaces. The town does stuff like Healthy Huntsville, parking enforcement. We all know about that. And of course, we know that things like updated wayfinding are solving that problem of the perception. I don't quite know where to park. I'm not sure where long-term parking is. So I'll jump to our next ask, which is Dara Howell Way. The problem we're hearing from our businesses with Dara Howell Way being closed is that it puts a little more pressure on business spots, that people are more likely to illegally park in the businesses down by Dara Howell Way and deal with staff than go toe-to-toe with the town. The delivery trucks still need to park in that space, and that it's actually a very high traffic area. And we're interested in revisiting the idea of some vertical spaces there, making it a delivery zone. We're open. We just wonder if council can reopen the conversation about Dara Howell Way, and we can go back to that conversation. So that's the ask. And I won't linger on this for too long, but I just want to say, like, we are coming up with solutions also. One of our ideas is a valet parking project. In a world where the BIA, I don't know, we all pull together and win the Mega Million lottery, of course. But in looking and talking to other towns that have tried something like this, like, hey, what if we in peak hours just offered a paid option? What if you could pull up maybe to Town Hall and someone would park your car in the Summit Center, and then you'd have, or you would look at your Great Wayfinding sign and say, oh my gosh, why would anyone pay for valet parking when I can go to the free Summit Center, which is so close by? So and I don't have the answers. This is not summer 2023, but this is just an idea like, okay, how can we meet a real need that customers have that doesn't like crack open the bank and stuff like that. So we would do this through, what we're just thinking for this is we do this through a company, we would invite sponsors to join us or pursue some funding partnerships and operate in a central and visible area of the town. And we're always talking about other solutions at the BIA. Maybe there's an option for a shuttle from the Summit Center for to create more accessibility. The parking garage, the big dream on the hill of someday having a parking garage downtown. We've heard great feedback about the bike racks. So now we're interested in more bike racks. That's the BIA for you. Here's something good, we want to jump on it. And thinking about public transportation. So that's where we're at. So our ask is that we reopen Dara Howell Way and that town staff join us in finding solutions. And then we just wanted to give you a preview of some ideas that we're having. Again, very much, I don't know if you could even call it square one. Whatever the square is before square one, that is where we are.
This is just an opportunity, I think, that we can work together collaboratively with the town, which we always do, so that's fantastic. But I think as much as we always say, there is enough parking downtown, and to be honest, if you do work at 8 or 8:30 in the morning, you probably don't realize there is a issue downtown because you're getting all the first spots, or at least the first closest spots to downtown. But I know staff, I hear it every morning when my staff come in about how hard and difficult it is to find parking, and especially if you have to leave on your lunch at an appointment and come back, you've lost that spot and now you're circling to find another spot. So I don't know if also parking for staff in downtown, but I also know while we're waiting for wayfinding signage, what is there that we can do today to help with that while we're waiting for that signage to come? Because again, there's no lines painted on the side streets, so I feel like you could probably get more cars down there if there were lines painted that people would know exactly how to park and where to park. Maybe not how to park, but at least maybe in the lines.
How to park, probably not.
But it would definitely be helpful to, I think, our visitors and our locals to know exactly where to park, and just updating our map and communication. I think that's the biggest thing, but I think there's opportunities around us. And as we know, Huntsville is developing all around us, and we really are the heart and soul of downtown, and I think we need to make sure that we have everything in place now before everyone figures out it's easier to just go park at the big box stores and do their shopping there.
Right.
So.
Thank you both. That was, as always, very informative and really hard questions, but I'm sure there are questions. And you know the routine, we're going to deal with this under new business, whatever which way. I have no idea at this point
Just a
which way we're
conversation.
going, but I do love the collaboration. That's what makes us actually as healthy as we are. And the fact that
Absolutely.
you're here and ready to dig in, right?
Yep.
So are there any questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. I like the survey you did. I would have liked to have seen a time frame though, like, is it Monday to Friday, or is it just on weekends, or is it business hours, et cetera, when they're searching for parking? So maybe next time you do a survey, you could throw that in there. But I just want to say your initiative on this is great. I think you've got some really great ideas. I've always been one of those people who think we have enough parking downtown, because I think everybody wants to park within that block of where they're going,
Absolutely.
right? They don't want to 2 blocks away and walk down. But I think it's going to be an ongoing issue, but I'm sure this council and our public works is probably more than willing to work with you somehow. So not really a question, but next time you do a survey, if you put a time frame in there, would be nice.
For
And
sure.
I will say the survey, one of the ways I did frame the question is like, let's keep it to peak summer. So that is at least what we're talking about. Like, what does this feel like July to September?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. We, when we talked about even valet parking, it would be like during our peak season, like maybe even extending it into October, because as we know, everyone loves the colors and we turn them on at some point, right? But also water taxis and stuff. We have a great opportunity downtown, being that we're on the water, Deerhurst to downtown, Avery Beach to downtown. I mean, I think the opportunities are there. I think we just need to be able to come together and talk to the powers that be to see how we can make that happen.
Actually, Rachel, I think that a couple of the practical suggestions, though, you're quite right. We're really excited about moving forward with wayfinding.
Yes.
It's been on the docket for like years,
Yeah.
but it's coming. And when it does, that will be one piece of it to identify for people coming into the community. Well, actually, it's only a block and a half away, and it's over there. So that's really good. But I do appreciate your comment, well, that's not happening tomorrow. So even some line painting on side streets or whatever, that would be helpful. So I think that's useful, and I should have looked to the council before I blurted. So Councillor Renwick, I think.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through Your Worship too. Thank you, ladies, for coming in. And we know that there has always been an issue of parking, the perception of an issue of parking downtown. The idea of looking at Darragh Howell Way again, and you are really looking at adding the angle parking in, and so we know that for that specific area, it may help, but it's not going to help the entire. And I know that there wasn't really an appetite around this table to take away parkland, and that was why, excuse me, that it didn't happen. You're still interested in that, though, are you not? The board is.
We are, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. It's creating down in that area, and if you're not a part of that area, you don't really think it's a problem or an issue. But with our members who are situated in that area, and those particular members have a lot of big things that they need customers to be able to park and load up their vehicles and go, like AO or Wooden Penny and stuff like that. And the brains behind it, not me, but the brains behind all of that and those ideas seem like a good solution for that situation back there. So, yeah.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you. So I would love a parking garage, perhaps behind the Royal Bank, and that would solve, we'd never hear about parking again from the BIA.
We wouldn't,
Well-
you're right.
But That's probably not going to happen this year.
No, not this year for sure.
But
No,
it's
I'm
certainly a
pretty
great
sure.
opportunity to revisit parking along Darragh Howell. Preventing people from parking there has been a constant issue with bylaw, with the businesses, but if we actually instituted parking spots there, there would never be an issue about parking there ever again, and we'd increase the number of parking spots, maybe as many as 20. The wayfinding signage, as you mentioned, the signs should be in the ground before July next year,
Which is still a year away. Yeah.
right? Because we're buying the signs
Right, yeah, right,
this
so-
winter.
Yes, we are, and so that's exciting for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
So the one question is, if you have locations in mind for more bike racks, I'm sure that's a short-term win that we can make happen very quickly.
Yep.
Absolutely, through you, Madam Chair. The bike racks, although they are situated, they're kind of hidden, so they're not exactly in visual, like sight lines. So to think, oh, I could just ride my bike downtown probably isn't a forethought to a lot of our employees. So I think focusing also on bike lanes and more bike racks would be beneficial to our downtown as well. And just encourages that more
I think
active
that's a
living,
great suggestion,
mental health.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I couldn't agree more as to them being hidden.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where they are. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you through you, Your Worship, to Rachel and Ellen. Yeah, I mean, I guess growing up here as a local, we kind of always avoided Main Street in the summer just for the driving purpose, not, and I guess maybe I'm part of that insider information as to where you would go to kind of park throughout, since I had a driver's license at 16. What I do see, I like the options, and I think, I don't know if we're gonna propose, something from staff as far as looking at this again. I do think it's a convenience thing. I think what you're finding is people want, even I know for myself, if I've ordered takeout from Little Place or Mill on Main, just trying to get in there to get it and get out is difficult. So I don't know if we create like 15-minute parking spots for those kinds of things, pick up and drop off. Have you guys trialed things, because I know people want to take carts, that's why they maybe go to Walmart, because you can do the cart. Have you, like little red wagons that, I know they get lost, but possibly, or an option that if people are picking up larger items, that they could put a deposit down, you'd have like the businesses could put their logos on them or something, and then they're kind of around town with a drop-off spot, that kind of thing. Those as options for people going to those faraway parking spots but want to take items. Just throwing out a solution or option too for longer distances. But I do appreciate the work that you guys have put into it, and I do want to say I was excited when Director Ukivi at the accessibility did mention, and I did notice, we did move the one accessible spot down by Little Place by the lights, so I think that is definitely a good move. And I think we're still on the books to sort of suss out seniors parking, those types of things. So those options are still on the table, and we're happy to partner with you guys to move forward.
Great. Good. Thanks, Councillor Schumacher. Okay, I think that's it. You know the drill. We'll talk about this later under new business.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting. So before we go to break, we have 3 quick reports just to get to, and before we have our divisional reports, we will have a 10-minute break, okay? So I do have the first motion. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Renwick. It is recommended that the Active Transportation and Public Transit Committee meeting minutes dated July 10th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. Any comments? Councillor Stone? Highlights?
So we did some strategic planning, and we reviewed all of the previous plans that the town has done over decades, and so we kind of picked and choose the ones that were relevant today, and we're looking at going forward with those. We got an update about the Ontario Northlander coming back, and they are going to build, as you may have heard, a glass shelter, and they're going to go ahead and do that soon, right down near the train station, and we're looking at making that whole area, both on Main and down below, a transit hub. So those are the highlights. Those are the big ones.
Thank you for that. That's great. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald. You have a question.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Through you to Councillor Stone. I've been in discussions with the owners of the proposed hub site there, and I think they feel that maybe we're not being inclusive enough or transparent enough in the processes there. So let's make a concerted effort to reach out there a little more.
I would say absolutely, you're correct. We're early stages. It was just more about the Northlander coming and the fact that they're going to put in a glass shelter. And then we saw an opportunity and had a discussion at Active Transportation. Next step is to reach out and talk more about the possibilities. The one thing I didn't mention is that the Active Transportation web page on the town website is now live. So it includes walking distances and trails and sidewalks that we have and that we want.
If I may follow up on that glass shelter, my understanding was that that is certainly something that they're working towards, but I didn't think it was like around the corner. Is that the impression? As far as and you're talking, there are two, Ontario Northland Bus and there's the Ontario Northland Train, that ultimately we're working towards the hub, which will be fantastic. But as far as the Ontario Northland, I just want to make sure that, so you're referring to the Ontario Northland Bus Shelter?
No, the
No,
train.
Train. So
Train,
because
just
there
the
will
train.
be some confusion, because I think there have also been discussions about looking for a new spot for the Ontario Northland Bus Shelter, and they are aware that we are seeking.
That's correct. We're
that,
just in
right?
the idea stage right now,
Right,
but Director Ukivi is all over this,
Yeah.
and
I know
so
he is, right. So
we
I
will
just-
communicate with.
I wanted to clarify that,
Yeah,
for sure.
wonderful.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Stone. That's great. All right, any other questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, and then the next one is, it has been moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Morrison. It is recommended that the Environment and Climate Change Committee meeting minutes dated July 11th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. Councillor Fitzgerald, anything to update?
Thank you, Chair Alcock. We had a good meeting. We did have a presentation from the Watershed Council, very similar to one we had at Council. Two different representatives came and presented, and there was some good feedback and some good information exchanged, much like our council presentation. We also went through an exercise of going through previous plans and prioritizing new things, which I think was a really fun and revitalizing exercise to know that we went through these plans and some things had just been completely forgotten. So it was interesting to see how the committee, we worked in teams, and priorities change. So as you went through it in your committee as well, Councillor Stone, it was just a great experience, and Trevor was able to facilitate it very effectively. And we had a presentation on the Better Homes, as in the report, and not a lot of information there. We're hoping to bring new information on greener homes, and we have updated our website as our webpage as well. So trying to come up with clear communication for the public, and I think we've headed in the right direction. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for that, Councillor Fitzgerald. I agree. I think it was a really invigorating exercise, certainly, and kudos to our committee coordinator for organizing that. It was excellent. So, any questions? Seeing none, all in favor. Thank you. And finally, I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Kluche. It is recommended that the Community Service Master Plan and Waterfront Strategy Committee meeting minutes dated July 13th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, and through you to committee. Not a lot to report other than we're continuing our strategic planning. It's going really, really well, and we're looking forward to continuing that in September. But as or totally unrelated comment, the staff that put out the benches at the current bus stop, I drive by there every day, so does Bob, that's where I live, they're used all the time. And so to the staff that put it out there, thank you, it's become very, very handy.
That's fantastic, and thank you for updating on that. That's great. Are there any questions for Councillor Morrison? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. All right, with that, I think we should have a 10-minute bio break. Is that okay before we go to divisional reports? right, we are now live. And I actually, at this point, can just turn it over to Councillor Schumacher to take over the chair.
Thank you. I guess I need this now. Okay, yes, we are on to 8.1, Community Services, and Greg's already in the chair for his first of a stellar morning. 8.1.1, Greg is here to speak to Report CS 2023-17, Utterson Livewire Seniors Club, Utterson Hall Lease Agreement Extension. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that the town renew the current lease agreement with the Utterson Livewire Senior Club for an additional 5 years with the option to renew up to the 3 additional 5-year terms for a total of up to 20 years. And further that the lease increases each year by the Consumer Price Index as recommended through motion GC 90-21. And further that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the lease agreement to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Services. And I'm double checking back sides just to make sure I don't miss anything this time. And I will ask if, well, I'll let Greg present first and then we'll ask questions.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher, and through you. This is a quick lease renewal for the Utterson Livewires. They've been there for about 40 years in a part of the hall that's at the back of the hall, so it's not the actual hall itself. There's a private 990 square feet space at the back, and they're looking to extend their agreements with the town and to continue offering seniors programming and offerings in that area. I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions for Greg? No? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? And that carries. And next. Yes, I lost my pen. Thank you. Perfect. I will just borrow that. Next, we have 8.1.2, and Greg is here to speak to report number CS 2023-18, Rights of Access and Use Policy and Patron/Staff Health and Safety at the Canada Summit Centre. And I have a motion that is moved by Councillor Morrison and seconded by Mayor Alcock, whereas respecting municipal buildings and property rights of access and use policy provides for appropriate conduct when in a town facility, and whereas on February 1st, 2023, General Committee approved the costs associated with the contracted security guard for the Canada Summit Centre for 2023 to assist with the enforcement of the policy. Now, therefore, it is recommended that staff include the costs associated with the contracted security guard at the Canada Summit Centre in the draft 2024 budget and beyond. Greg is here to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher, and through you. This has been a really positive impact on the Canada Summit Centre. Very successful, with a lot of thanks to Council for the support on this. 180-degree shift and change in what's been going on at Summit Centre during the school year. So we're respectfully asking that we be able to consider this moving forward and be part of the budget process moving forward in 2024 and beyond. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Are there any questions for Greg in regards to this report? One question from Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Schumacher, and through you to Greg. Thank you for the report. And I guess more of a comment that I like the idea of the fact that the atmosphere at the Summit Centre now is a little bit less volatile, and the staff as well as students and visitors feel more comfortable. So I think that was really the gist of the report. So going forward, and maybe I do have a question. I apologize if I may. Just confirming that we are looking for funding to bring this service back next year at a cost of $70,000, I believe. Is that the? Yeah.
Through you, Councillor Schumacher, the current price this year was about $2,000 a week. $72,000, I believe, was for the 2023 year.
Right.
It would be very similar in that. I haven't negotiated what their request will be next year, but it'll be very close.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Good report. Thanks, Greg. I will call the question then. All in favor? And that carries. Perfect. Moving right along. Our next one, you may have a few questions. Just a few. Yeah. Yeah. So we have 8.1.3, report number CS 2023-16, year-round ice at the Canada Summit Centre. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Cloutier and seconded by Councillor Morrison, whereas on March 1st, 2023, General Committee directed staff to investigate the options and impacts for a year-round ice surface at the Canada Summit Centre and report back, and whereas staff conducted a survey posted on April 18th, 2023 to May 31st, 2023, receiving over 1,000 responses, and whereas staff request General Committee determine the level of service for ice in the Don Low Arena for January 1st, 2024 and beyond. Now, therefore, it is recommended that General Committee selects option or options, and if this is a fill-in-the-blank one, we get to fill in the blank from the 5 options presented, as outlined in Report CS 2023-16. Questions for Greg with regards to the report? Oh, yes, you want to, yeah, you can speak to it first, sorry. Speak to it first.
Thank you, and through you, Councillor Schumacher. Just to highlight a few, it's obviously a very large report. The focus of this report has been on the 107 days that the Don Lock Arena doesn't have the ice in the arena. So currently, the service levels we have 258 days of ice in 2023, about 8.5 months. So that's the focus of this report and all the areas we're dealing with. My apologies here. So clearly, on the biggest impact, and as everybody here is well aware, is that it's the impact on the Lacrosse Association and their 378 members they had in 2023. There was an error in the report. I saw that the dates didn't come through on the residency, so there's 4 columns of dates on the residency. The first is 2018, second 2019, and then 22 and 23. So they line up with the numbers we have. So my apologies on that. Just wanted to talk about that housekeeping note. Overall, budget-wise, you're looking at about an increased cost of about $133,000 to keep ice in for those 3.5 months. There's a potential revenue. This comes strictly from the survey. There's no contracts in place. There's nothing that's been confirmed with user groups or with individuals. But from the survey, which was very extensively responded to, there's the potential of about $160,000 in revenue during that 3.5-month time period. In going through this process, in order to kind of cover off these increased costs on a weekly basis, we're looking at about 42 hours of ice. If we're selling 42 hours of ice, we'll be at a kind of a break-even point for this increased cost on these additional 107 days. I've outlined the prime time versus non-prime time, basically outlining what the prime time prime time floor refers to. It's something very similar. It's the exact same time frames that Huntsville Minor Hockey uses and all the ice users, where there's more demand for the arena as opposed to when it's floor season. We noted the survey. We had an incredible response to the survey. We had 87% of the people that responded to the survey were Huntsville residents. A very even split. 501 people said no to having year-round ice, and 499 said yes to having year-round ice. We did extend our survey for an additional 3 weeks from our original May 5th, so it was about 26 days to the end of May. In that last 3 weeks, we only received an additional 5 surveys, so staff feel that definitely there was an opportunity for everybody to contribute. We did do a user group survey. There was 19 user group surveys received. 7 of them said no to year-round ice. 12 of them said yes to year-round ice. And then the last little bit I just wanted to highlight was we do have a contracted agreement in place with the 2024 Ontario Provincial Gymnastics Championships. That has to occur on the Don Lock Arena just due to the size of the footprint of the actual equipment brought in for the gymnastics event. It doesn't fit on the jack from a size perspective. So part of the report has us recommending to ensure we maintain that contract and have the ice out for that event. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, now we'll go to questions. Questions for Greg. Councillor Morrison, and then Councillor Cluche.
I guess I'll put myself out there first for this one. First of all, Greg, amazing report. Awesome. Well done. You can tell you put a ton of work into it, and it's very thorough, and it gives us the information that we need as a council to make wise and informed decisions about a $24 million taxpayer-funded facility. So thank you. I just want to make a point to the La Crosse community. We are a La Crosse town. We around this table love the fact that we are a La Crosse town. We've got a lot of successes, and we celebrate that. We have an arena named after one of the most famous La Crosse people to ever hit the floor. So the letter that came forward, I have had discussions with a lot of La Crosse people. They've called me. They've shared that they don't share the opinions in that letter. It was a bit confrontational. It was kind of defamatory against 3 of our fellow council members, and I can refute with proof that the stuff that's in that letter just isn't true. The facts in the letter about the La Crosse community is very true and should be listened to around this table. I just don't want to paint the entire La Crosse community with the same brush because I know the folks that are calling me are saying we wouldn't have sent that letter. So just want to put that out there. I've said from the start that I would love to look at the opportunity of having that facility used more often, but not to the detriment of our La Crosse community. So I think anything we do has to be done in a way that the La Crosse community can still thrive. But with your taxpayer hat on, if you look at the numbers and see that in the month of June and July, they're averaging less than 2 hours per week of usage in a facility that, the taxpayers are paying for. So I think even members of the La Crosse community that called me said those numbers aren't great. Not just us, but everyone's looking and saying those numbers aren't great. I do know that they really need that tournament. The tournament is huge. And I know from the Sting Association, the tournament we do in July, the funds from that tournament are the reason that some girls are playing hockey. Without that tournament, some kids would be hitting roadblocks they wouldn't be able to play. So I want to find a way that we can make sure they get that tournament and that we continue to nurture the La Crosse program because the volunteers are so passionate, as you know. They work their butt off to make that program work. So I think there's a way to look at it, whether it's getting that floor, the floor that I know Councillor Stone and I have chatted about at HMATA. I think that's a great opportunity. I think we got to find a way because when you see a building that costs the taxpayers that much money that sits empty for quite a while, there's got to be a solution. And I know from my chats with the La Crosse community, they want to work on a solution with us. So I'd like to find a way amongst all of us, and maybe it has to come back later when we do more research. I don't know, but I know there's a way, and I know there's a way that doesn't make anyone feel like we're out to get anybody. So just my thoughts.
Councillor Cluche and then Mayor Alcock.
Through you, Chair. I brought this forward, the sentiments of my fellow Councillor Morrison, that because we have a building there that's worth $24 million that was not being utilized to its fullest extent, our staff has tried over the years to book stuff in and use it, but it wasn't. So the best feasible part is to go back and let's see if we can do it with the ice. By no means was this motion put forward against La Crosse or anything. All I've been told by the department that all programs that are on the Dawn can be rescheduled on the Jack. So absolutely nobody is losing in this if this goes forward. There is prime time available to all user groups on the Jack, so nobody is out of anything. So going forward, and we can, for a start for next year, I'm proposing next year we have to have the ice out for May 2nd, right, Greg? Yes, May 2nd for the gymnastics. If next year, and until we can ease this thing through, take the ice out for May 2nd and leave it out. When is the La Crosse tournament? June 9th?
Yeah, through you, Chair Schumacher. It's the second week in June, I believe.
So if we leave the ice out from May, from the gymnastics championships, and out until the La Crosse tournament is done, then the ice goes back in because we have to take it out in May anyways, right now for the gymnastics competition. We don't have to spend the money on the floor next year. Okay, we can have a little bit more time, give staff more time to research what type of floor we need, the uses of it, and going forward, what we can do with it. The floor, if we do purchase a floor, another way to help pay for the floor is that there's lots of communities that don't have a floor, and we can rent the floor to them. So there is other cities, if it's known that this floor is available, they do rent them from other people, we can rent them the floor. So that'll help cover the cost on the floor. But going forward for next year, not having to spend the money on the floor for next season, take the ice out in May for the gymnastics and leave it out until after the lacrosse tournament is done. That will give lacrosse 5 weeks of use in that time period from May till the middle of June, or till their tournament's over. The ice can go back in, and if our staff knows that that's what's gonna happen, when they go out to sell the ice, they'll have them time frames. Because, I mean, the ice and the numbers and everything, like the sales, yes, we don't have bookings, but we can't sell anything if we don't have it. So if the ice isn't in there, staff can't go out and say, we have ice available next year. So that they can't say, oh, would you rent ice? And then it comes out and it doesn't go in. Because a lot of user groups want to know whether it's going to be in, and they want to know in September and October to make their plans for any future things that they want. So if we can go with taking it out in May, for May 2nd, and leaving it out till after the tournament for next year, and then we can address the situation after going into the following year, which would be 25, right? So then it gives us plenty of time to see if the floor is a viable option, and if not, we'll deal with everything. But by no means did this ever start as myself, this council, or the community against lacrosse. It was never intended to that, ever, ever. I'm the last person in the world that would ever take time away from our children to develop in anything, whether it be scholastic or recreational. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Alcock and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Schumacher, and I appreciate all of the comments I've heard so far, and I certainly am on the same path. And I would echo the comments that, you know, we recognize we are a lacrosse community, and I think Councillor Morrison, you eloquently said that, so I don't need to repeat it. One thing I would say, though, before actually making the decision that that's when we're going to do it, if we were moving in that direction, which is increasing the ice time to allow for the tournaments and actually maybe have further discussions with our own staff. As we know, it is an event space for the larger events. I guess I would, before we actually pull the trigger on that we sit down and consult with the lacrosse community and the people that I think are still very much engaged and have a lot to say, and the ones who have identified, listen, if we don't have our tournament, then we're toast. So before we say, okay, we're going to pull the ice or put it back in on June 15th or whatever, for my own comfort level, I think it would be good to have just a bit more consultation to sort out what those dates look like, unless we're comfortable and we know what exactly they are. But I think circle back with them with the intention of moving in that direction. And then we have support and commitment from the key organizations that we need about moving forward. But certainly I support the idea, this is the other option that wasn't included, which is pulling the ice for part of the year, but shortening the time. So those are my thoughts.
Councillor Clark and then back to Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Greg, for the report. It was a very good read, and the surveys were very helpful to read through. It was, I think anytime we can engage the public, it's definitely helpful. So I'll just take a little bit slightly different approach here. I'm a little bit concerned that the operating year-round ice at the Dawn will have a large impact on our budgets. There's gonna need to be money that's gonna need to be spent that we're not spending now. I know the report mentions there's potential to, for added revenue, and for sure there will be. But we're not sure how much, and so there's some risk involved with year-round ice, because we're not exactly sure exactly how much revenue, and the other key thing is we're not exactly sure how long it's gonna take to see that revenue come in. So from a budgetary point of view, I'd be concerned about that. And the other thing is, and we all know this, but Huntsville has some challenges ahead. And, you know, we're committing funds every year to the hospital through the levy. We're still dealing with inflation. We're trying to get our capital expenses to where they need to be. And we're all dealing with this while we're trying to keep taxes affordable. So I'm not sure if the risk is worth it. I'm not sure if I'm willing to make a decision on potential, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm certainly willing to listen, though, to what everybody else feels and has to say about it. Thank you.
I think Councillor Morrison wants to speak to Councillor Alcock's point, then I've got Fitzgerald and then Stowe.
Yeah, I think Mayor Alcock brought up a great point. We need to know those dates, and I've had conversations with the lacrosse community, and the date is not locked in. So they have to apply to the OLA to get the date, and but they know in January. They know in January what the date is. So I'm 100%, that's a perfect point. Let's work with them, find out what the date is, because if the date is mid-June, then, and I've had somebody in that community say, once that tournament is done, literally you could put the ice in, it won't really affect them. The other thing too is their development program is really important. So I think Councillor Cloutier's comment, and I should mention Councillor Cloutier's own granddaughter is starting lacrosse, so it's not like he's anti-lacrosse. He loves it. He might have a star in the making there. But the bottom line is that if we give them, if we find some dates there that let them run some development, because that floor is most useful for the development, right? Because they divide it into 3 and it works really well. I think that would be the right way to go. But I agree, let's engage, let's find out the dates, and let's work. And I do share Councillor Clark's concerns about the budget, because we have some really hard decisions coming up. But that's why I think Councillor Cloutier's idea is the perfect compromise. We're not looking at year-round ice with this idea. It's a bit of a test and measure. We're going to do it for a bit. We're going to see how it works. I love the fact that the skating club is willing to use 16 hours, because those kids are traveling out of town to train, and they're a really important part of our community as well. So this could be a really amazing thing if it goes the way I hope it goes. But I do share Councillor Clark's concern, and I do think that you hit the nail on the head with the consultation. So,
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Schumacher. Yeah, just a comment, I guess, more than anything. I think council has done a great job, and staff, in trying to assess the needs of our community. And you know, unfortunately, through sensationalization and negative comments made through media and certain types of medias, the point gets lost in what we're actually trying to accomplish. We're trying to reassess the needs of our community when we go out with something like this, or a suggestion to add possibly ice in the summer, or do we need another ball field, or should we have an indoor sports facility? All the efforts are made in an effort to serve our community better. And I appreciate the budget talks, and I know that we're all sensitive to that here, but I think in instances like this, it's about level of service, health, active lifestyles, and what we're trying to accomplish with the people who live in our community. So I do appreciate the budget talks. Sometimes I have to put it on the back burner because we forget about health and mental health and physical activity and those things. And please, everyone, remember that when we do this kind of thing, we're going out to feel what the public wants and needs. Has the needs changed since we did this last time around? Not, oh, we just did this 3 years ago or 5 years ago. It's what's changed. We need to know to make these decisions. So, Greg, excellent report. And I guess final comment is there's a possibility that we would have hockey summer camps in schools. And I know there was discussion too somewhere along the way about a floor, which would allow for a multi-use over the ice surface and possible funding through MAHAPA. So I think there's all kinds of options. We've just opened the door, and we're going to respect what each user group needs and try and find some commonality there. So that's it.
Councillor Stone.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Fitzgerald, excellent comments. Thank you. And I believe you were quite succinct there. So going forward, I think that I'm very comfortable with option one, where we take the ice out, we live up to our contracts, and then allow the lacrosse to have their tournament, put the ice back in. I agree with the consultation with lacrosse moving forward, for sure. But I believe staff need direction from us at this point. So I'm happy to move forward with option one. I would, well, another thing I wanted to say was I think there's an excellent business model to be had here, and I think if you build it, they will come. So we were trying to put some numbers together on who might use this year-round ice. I do believe that it's a good business model, and they will find us. In addition to that, I've spoken with the clerks and asked that they add on option 4, or part of option 4, to have staff investigate the ice covering. And there is a particular ice covering that lacrosse can use. So I'd like to see that investigated, so that if the ice stays in, we can still have the lacrosse tournament over the ice. And I would also like to include that staff speak with the HMATA organization to help fund this, because it works perfectly with what they're trying to do to bring new events to town. And this would give everyone some options.
Okay, so we're looking right now at combination 1 and 4, although 1 does not cover the keeping the ice out until the lacrosse weekend, correct? It just has till the end of May, so it would need to be changed, so some work. I will go to Councillor Renwick and then Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Schumacher. And I'm always in awe of the comments that are going around this table, and the level of concern and objective. Like, we're very open to discussing ideas, and I think that's really, really great. My question, and I guess it leans more to what Councillor Clark was saying about budget, because we do have some major budget issues coming up. But the $133 to put the ice in, does that include staff time? It must include staff time. And are you proposing to have an additional staff person to do this? Because that's not something I think any of us really want to look at. But
yeah, thank you through you, Chair Schumacher. It does require additional staff to be able to manage the additional ice time. So it would require additional staff time. It's noted in the report the value of it. Some of it might be adding part-time hours. In other situations, it might need another staff.
so if I may just follow up, so there's no opportunity for existing staff to take on this? You'd have to hire someone else to do the additional putting the ice in, taking it off? And what would that?
Yes, we would.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Armour and then Councillor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair. When this report first came through, I did struggle with it, because I did play lacrosse many years ago, and I actually played on the floor with Jack Bionda. I played with his sons, John and those guys. So, but I played lacrosse just on the Jack, and we were very successful, and we had a good program back then, and we still have a good program today. So, after the conversation going around the table here, I can support the fact that we're waiting till after the lacrosse tournament, and then looking at putting the ice in, because I believe after that time, they're down to maybe 1 hour or 2 hours a week. So it would be a perfect opportunity. So I would definitely support that going forward. And I think if Greg could bring something back in January, once we get the dates from the lacrosse group, that we could come up with a solid date and maybe just start selling some ice time and see how much money we're going to make.
Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Schumacher. And I guess, I'm looking at option 1 that seems to be supported, but it doesn't include a couple of things that, So I think maybe our clerks are trying to capture what should be included in
Yes.
Is that right?
Are you guys working on something over there? Perfect. So I didn't need your comments. I figured they were working, so yeah. So I guess if everybody else has sort of had their say, no, excellent report, Greg. I really appreciate everything in here, and it does amaze me how much our community comes forward for surveys when it comes to community services. I am definitely in awe. Like, this is, I mean, we are almost pretty much split down the middle on what our community, you know, feels in this. And I think it's great. And I know when we did the community services master plan, when we even were looking at revamping, you know, the courts in Port Sydney, how many people came forward to answer those things? Because as much as we put money in roads, and I know we talk about the money piece, the community services is what brings our community together. And that, I think, is the key piece. Yes, they're not always money makers, but to Councillor Fitzgerald's point, it's the mental health. And it's the bringing of community together and that sense of that small town feel that we are of Huntsville. And that's what I think is important about our facilities and our community services, and we do a stellar job to you and your team that we see forward. And I just want to bring that forward. I'm in agreement with a lot of what is said here. I mean, as everyone knows, my father played lacrosse, I think, with Corey's dad, and, you know, they might be in the Hall of Fame somewhere, too, for that team. But, yeah, as long as we can kind of meet those needs, I'm happy with what result we're sort of looking at here. I do agree with Councillor Cloutier. There definitely is potential and opportunity. I know we spoke yesterday at accessibility. They don't want us to forget about that's in the accessibility plan. You guys have all seen our accessibility plan includes the possibility of sledge hockey on that surface. And so maybe if we do get some funds coming in, could we look at revamping the Don Low to have opportunity for sledge hockey? Because it was asked for by the Accessibility Committee back in 2010, and it never came to fruition. So I think we definitely have opportunities here to do this, and maybe, I guess my goal is the 5-year or 10-year plan is to maybe have that indoor facility that would meet the needs of everybody. Maybe we do when we look at the pool, and when it kind of comes to fruition in 5 to 10 years, maybe we're partnering, maybe we're looking at an opportunity with an indoor space and a revamped pool that could meet the needs of our community. I know it's a bit down the road, but I think we will start to see for this community the needs that are being met by taking the information that we've been gathering over these years. And I think we're being proactive in it, or instead of being reactive, and I think we need to start looking at those options. Those my say, and I figured I'd take a lot of time so you guys could, without taking a break. Alrighty. Are you guys ready to put something up? Perfect. It is, so we've got moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that option 1 as amended be added in paragraph 4 as follows. Staff be directed to include all costs associated, including staff resources in the 2024 draft budget to support a year-round ice surface in the Don Low Arena, respecting any existing contractual obligation from the end of the hockey season up to the end of the lacrosse tournament, July 2024, where the ice will be reinstated. Okay, and further that, and all the rest is the same? Oh, June.
Yeah, the tournament's typically in June, but they won't know until January.
Okay, it's typically the end of June, or by the end of June, so, okay. Tournament June 2024, and further that the following new paragraph be added. And further that staff be directed to consult with the Huntsville Minor Lacrosse Association, and further that staff approach HMATA to assist with funding, and further that staff be directed to report back to General Committee regarding the Constitution's HMATA response and the capital costs and option associated with the purchase of an ice floor covering for the Don Lock. Is there any more? Because I missed page 2. Usually. Questions on that motion? Councillor Stone, and then Mayor Alcock.
So I don't know why we need, oh, can you put that back up, please? So I don't know why we need that staff approach HMATA to assist with funding. And the next paragraph, staff be directed to report back to General Committee regarding the consultations with HMATA in response to capital costs and operations associated with the purchase of an ice floor covering. So HMATA is not funding for anything. I'm not asking them to fund anything except the ice floor covering. So I don't know that you need that clause in there? That's fine.
Mayor Alcock?
I'm not sure why we're having a report back to General Committee with respect to that at this point. I don't know. That's one. But the first paragraph, I don't know. We're asking staff to include all costs associated with year-round ice surface in Don Low Arena. And at this point, the discussion today was we're decreasing the amount of time where it won't have ice. But, and we could be getting to the year-round, but I didn't hear that that's where we're going right away, and that it's kind of an exception to have the lacrosse have their tournament. It makes it sound like we're talking about this year only, or the next year only, 24. And I didn't get that sense. I got the sense that we're going to consult with them, and here's the month that's really critical for them, June. Let's say it's June, May, June. And if they say, that's our tournament month, that's really important, and that's what we want moving forward. And so if that's what they say, that's critical, are we then, if given this motion, it sounds like to me, we're only doing that for 2024, having that discussion, but moving on to 25, 26, whatever, that we're back at it, negotiating with them again. So I don't know. That's not how I interpreted where the discussion was going, but maybe I'm wrong.
Councillor Cloutier, then Councillor Morrison.
Through you, Chair. No, I think the discussion was this year, but that's why we're looking in the floor for next year, so that the ice can stay in, and we have the floor for next, not 24, but 25. Maybe we can have the floor in 24, but we're looking at 25 for putting the floor in. So next year, we're planning on taking it out for the gymnastics, and then, because I think, Greg, if I'm not wrong, the same floor could be used for the gymnastics, because it's a sport floor, if we go for the following year with that again, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of options of
Yeah.
flooring that would be needed, but you could put a floor on top of ice for
Yeah,
sure.
so that's why it's just like I'm saying, next year we do that, but going forward after that, we have the floor option to go in for the lacrosse tournament.
Councillor Morrison, then Alcock, sorry.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Alcock. We need to clean up the wording a bit, but great clause so far, great motion so far. I think the bottom line is that we need to see how this year goes. Because the next year's solution might be, you know what? It didn't go the way we expected. It makes 0 sense, but I don't think that's the way it's going to go. After this year goes through, we work with the lacrosse program, make sure they get their development program, and it doesn't affect their development program, and make sure they also have their tournament. And then we look at options like putting a floor in, and then we, after that, decide how many months do we want ice in? Are we now at the point where we need year-round ice? You know, so I think we're going to know more later. So I think we can go forward with just this year, and it is going to have to come back, I think, after we have the results of how that year goes. So I don't know about what you think about the wording, Mayor Alcock.
May I?
Yes.
We agree completely. It's just, to me, I don't think it reads that way, because it makes it sound like that it's, so for going forward, we better get that floor. Well, we may not get the floor, you know, it's really, who knows? So I do like exactly what Councillor Morrison said. I can't remember exactly how he said it, but I do like that. It's saying, we're going to consult, we're going to see how it goes next year, because we are going to shorten that time next year after having, consulted with lacrosse and figuring out with our own staff. We've got the gymnastics tournament, and see how it goes with increasing ice time. And then it'll come back and we'll reassess, right? So I think that is how I interpret it.
You want to say something? Sure. Okay,
I-
well, wait. Counselor Armours first, then you, Counselor
Sorry,
Cloutier.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, good conversation. For me, the only thing I'd see on this, I think we need to remove that year-round ice surface on the Don. That shouldn't be there, because that's very confusing there to begin with. I think maybe you should say something, putting the ice in earlier than August 1st. It's August 1st, I think we do it now, around the so we just, and we do it on a trial basis.
Right.
Yeah, the ice is ready through you, Chair Schumacher, is ready right after the August Civic holiday each year.
So we're going to put the ice in earlier on a trial basis for the 24 season, and then report back in January, or I guess it would be later than that. Something to that stage anyhow.
Extended ice surface, that's good.
Yeah, extended ice season. Counselor Cloutier, did you?
Yeah, don't know. Okay, it's changed twice here now. But the thing is about exploring the floor, as Councillor Stone had said, if we're doing this, why go through the time of exploring the floor if we're only say we're doing this for 1 year? Like, we're wasting a lot of staff's time and resources to go into something that say, okay, well, we're not going to do it. Either we're going to go ahead and do this for a longer period than 1 year, because we do know that it's got to build up. And our rentals, they have to know people that are coming in as that want to run programs here. They want to know, well, okay, it's there next year, but what do I do the year after? So I think we need a longer length of time on this proposal than just 1 year. And because we can still deal with lacrosse, because, next year we got to take the ice out for their tournament because we don't have the floor. And if that comes forward the next year that we don't have the floor, yes, we got to do it again. But if we have the floor the following year, we don't have to take the ice out.
Mayor Alcott, CAO, did you need, or you want me to wait? So sorry, as you're drinking? I caught you. It's like when the waitress comes around when you have your mouth full.
Yeah, it's like that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I was just actually going to speak to the year-round ice and suggest it be extended ice season. And I do feel that the consultation with minor lacrosse is all part and parcel of the first, we would have the conversation with the Lacrosse Association. But to your point with respect to the floor, Councillor Cloutier, you make a good point that, is this a trial run, and do we want that information, or do we want to see how the trial run goes, or do we want to do a commitment for 2 years? So that's the clarification I think staff would require from committee.
Mayor Alcott, and then
If I may, just to respond to Councillor Cloutier, I totally understand what you're saying. I'm not sure we need to say for 2024, because in 2024 draft budget, because we just take that out. And I think if you do, then we're looking at increasing the ice time next year. We are consulting with the lacrosse community to make sure we get our dates right? And with staff, if there is something like the gymnastics or whatever. We see how next year goes, but we're assuming that it's going to go well and that we will want to go forward. So we're also having discussions with HMATA and whoever regarding the ice surface. That will happen anyway, right? But I think if we take out in just 2024, that should answer your concern, right?
Yes, it does, and I think it'll help staff when they're when they're putting forward to sell the ice, or people coming forward to rent the facility, they know that it's not just a one and done thing. Yes, hopefully we can fill it and we don't have to pull the reins back on it, but I mean, if in the motion, if we're only saying 2024, it's pretty hard for staff to say, well, we got it in this year, but not next year. So it's got to be out, because we'll always look after the lacrosse tournament, whether it be in 24, 25, whenever, whether if they need the surface for the tournament. In '26, the ice comes out if we don't have the floor covering. So that's the big thing. We're still looking after them for the lacrosse tournament. We're not kicking them out. They'll be looked after whether we have the floor covering or not.
CAO wants to respond, and then Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think what we're hearing is that committee is interested in proceeding with putting these costs in, commencing in 2024, keeping in mind that council has the ability to remove and add things to a budget. You own that budget. So I think we would read this motion to say that effective 2024, if approved in the budget, it's an ongoing level of service until we're told otherwise. Okay, that's how I would take that. Mr. Pelly?
Yep.
Just a question through you, Chair Schumacher, just regarding the consultation with lacrosse. It seems I'm almost hearing that there's might be potentially two consultations required, one kind of before the season and one after the season. So I just wanted to clarify that in the motion as to what you were looking to hear back from. And when, kind of, like the timing of that.
Councillor Morrison to answer. Greg?
Yeah, having had discussions with the lacrosse community, I think that the main thing is the consultation to make sure they understand that we care about their development program and the tournament. And I know that they're ready to work with us. So the big consultation is them working with us on the date of the tournament, in which they won't know the answer till January. So I think that's the most, so it can be one consultation, but covering both those topics. I think, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Stone.
Thanks. I just wanted to mention, I agree with Councillor Cluche that, if we use this just as a trial period, you're not going to have a decent business model. People are signing contracts for coming to use summer ice at other facilities. If they're hoping to come here, then they need time, they need to know, and whether this is going to be ongoing or not. Another contingent would be, if we had the floor covering, that could be used for the lacrosse tournament. That solves all our problems. And we could have the year-round ice to be used all the time.
Councillor Fitzgerald, then Mayor Alcock.
I guess one thing to consider is we have ice all winter long, and there's the possibility that we could have non-ice events if we have an ice covering in the winter. So you can't have a concert on an ice surface, you can't have a large rental, but it's going to possibly expand revenue to non-ice related winter events as well. So just for consideration.
Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Schumacher. Councillor Stone, I think I hear you, what you're saying about the business model, but I don't think that this runs against that, because it's saying that we're making the decision to extend the ice time, and we're not looking at it as a pilot for 1 year. We're continuing with that decision, but we're just making sure that we will consult with lacrosse community to make sure we got it right? That's okay. And we are going to look at the idea of the ice covering and talking to HMATA and figuring out, we'll have further discussions around that. So I kind of agree, but I also think that this actually is okay. It doesn't go against that.
If I can. So I'm okay with it as well, but we need to make a final decision on year-round ice in the fall of 2024.
Councillor Morrison.
So to that end, I think the most important thing to realize is, I think the intention around this table is to have this continue on. And I think the intention is to give Greg Pilling and his team something to sell in conjunction with consultation with stakeholders. But the thing is, we don't know how the next year is going to go. Like, we don't know if it's going to be with a floor or if it's going to be more months or less months. So to commit to a 3-year or 4-year commitment exactly one certain way, we're not there yet. But I think this is for the public. This is exactly what you want your council and staff to be doing, right? We're doing a lot of thought into exactly how it's done, and we're going to commit to only what we can commit to now. And we're going to have a lot more consultation before we make a long-term commitment. And that long-term commitment, maybe one day, my dream, which may never happen, is an amazing outdoor covered facility, right? So maybe that's a part of the equation, right? And I know that may never happen, but if it does, that certainly solves a lot of problems too. So I think we're going to work very well together with the, not just lacrosse, the other people that use it. And we're going to come up with some plans. So I think maybe there could be a provision in there. The one thing I didn't notice, it doesn't mention the consultation with La Crosse. So maybe, does it already? Oh, it's right there, I missed it. Oh, perfect, yeah, amazing, sorry. Yeah.
It
my
is
eyes are
regarding
just-
the tournament dates.
Yeah, perfect, yep. So, yeah, I think we're going to revisit it. And we have the right, let's face it, we have the right to change things year to year anyhow.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I think we're good.
No, I think this is the right direction that we're going, and I do agree. I think this is us being sort of proactive, and we're not leaving anything off the table with this motion. I believe that, our staff are amazing, and they'll come back with great ideas. And again, we'll have to revisit the cost of the floor, but the floor could provide that many more options for indoor soccer in the winter or those types of things, right? So I think this is great. So do I need to reread this now, or is everybody, I need to reread it? Okay. Starting from the top, it is recommended that, do I need to read who moved it? Thanks. So moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Armour. So you're good with this, Bob? You're moving it? Okay. It is recommended that option 1, as amended, be added to paragraph 4 as follows. Staff be directed to include all costs associated, including staff resources, commencing in the 2024 draft budget to support an extended ice season in the Don Low Arena, respecting any existing contractual obligation from the end of the hockey season up to the end of the lacrosse tournament in June of 2024, where the ice will be reinstated. And further, that the following new paragraph be added. And further, that staff be directed to consult with Huntsville Minor Lacrosse Association regarding their tournament dates. And further, that staff approach HMATA to assist with funding for the ice floor covering. And further, that staff be directed to report back to General Committee regarding the consultations, HMATA response, and the capital costs and option associated with the purchase of an ice floor covering for the Don Lock. Okay, I will call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? So that carries. Now I will read the main motion as amended. I can just say main motion as amended. I will call the question for the main motion as amended. All in favor? And opposed? That carries. Thanks. Oh, now I get to turn it over to Councillor Fitzgerald to take over the chair. Thank you.
Excellent job, Chair Schumacher. Now, I wonder if I should ask, because I think what we're getting into is going to take quite a long time, and I don't really want to take a break in the middle of it. Do we want to take an early break and then get into this wholly and fully and not have to take a break? Okay. I guess I'm anticipating this taking a lot longer than everyone else. All right. I shall begin. I have a motion moved by Helena Renwick, seconded by Scott Morrison, whereas on May 23rd, 2023, Council directed staff to report back on the costs for the installation of a crosswalk in rainbow colors on Main Street. Staff, Mr. Yuvicki, we welcome your report.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. Hello to General Committee.
Chair Fitzgerald, you missed the second part of that.
We do have a motion to substitute the original motion.
There's, now therefore, it's recommended.
Yeah, so recommend it, be it resolved. I need to move her and a seconder on this.
Councillor Fitzgerald, I think there was a second paragraph that Jessica's trying to get at with the first motion. Maybe?
Hold on.
Or maybe it, maybe you
Oh,
don't.
thank you very much. Which was not on my printed motion, so thank you for bringing that to my attention. Now therefore it is recommended the General Committee selects option blank as outlined in Report Ops 2023 31. And it was on my paper. I like to mix it up a little bit. Director Vicky, I think we're ready now. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. So there were three parts to council or committee's request related to additional information. One was around costing of the option of painting the crosswalk at Main and West. And then also that the district municipality of Muskoka be consulted with, as well as Pride Muskoka. So I'll start with the consultations first. They were completed. District Municipality Muskoka is willing to work with the town of Huntsville on whatever option council or committee elects to go with in terms of the crosswalk. So this would include any method of putting it into the downtown Main Street roadway. Pride Muskoka, they are supporters of the crosswalk, absolutely in support of that. However, they did make two additional comments, and one was their concern for the potential for vandalism. They recognize that it would likely become a target for that. And the second comment from Pride Muskoka was that they were not interested in being a funding partner with this program. In terms of the costing, this presented a little bit of a challenge for staff. We approached a couple of companies that we use typically for line painting in town as a contract for contracts, and the two companies that we approached refused to provide even general quotes on the work. So that left us with looking at what we could. How we could come up with a general estimate for the cost. Last year, in 2022, council had requested that we look at painting the crosswalk at the high school between the Summit Center and the high school. And at that time, we got a quote from the line painting firm that was on contract with the town for $50,000. The reason given to us on that was that they stock yellow and white paint for road painting and parking lot painting, and they do not stock the remaining colors required to do the work, and that they have to buy paint in bulk and store that. The value of $81,000 is based without any quotes this year. Our experience with our contracted line painting for the rest of the town has been a 67% increase in costs related with line painting. So we simply took the $50,000 quote from last year and added the 67% to come up with what's being presented here for council. Just to be clear, that is MTO grade painting. That's for painting the crosswalk only. That's not considering other options like a polymer-filled, milled out asphalt sidewalk. Looking at the costing on this and looking at the ongoing cost of maintenance, repainting, and potentially touching up after acts of vandalism, we'll say, the staff also presented other potential options that committee could consider if they wish to do so, that would change the price point and so forth. So with that, I'll leave it to questions, Chair Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Director Vicky, and I'll go first to Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald, and through you. I think the reason I mentioned earlier why it might not have to go as long and be as long of a discussion as we once thought is, I've had chats with Director Ukivi. It's really tough for him to give hard numbers when he can't get quotes, right? So he wasn't able to get the quotes. He's had to make some assumptions. And him and I have discussed, there's a lot of towns that have done this for a lot cheaper. But those aren't real numbers to us because we don't have quotes in our hands. Port Colborne did it for $15,000 in 2021, and they did a second and a third crosswalk. Barrie was quoted $7,000, and I think it came in at 10 or 15. Smiths Falls, these kind of towns are doing it for cheaper. So it's hard when we only have companies that don't actually supply the paint. And also, we're looking at maybe a bigger plan. And Councillor Renwick and I have had some discussions. We have some ideas around something that could be more substantial and more inclusive. And I think it would be best if we have Jessica, how do I work? We have a substituted motion, is that the wording? I'm proposing a substituted motion because, to be honest, we don't have enough information for council to make a real educated decision right now. And I think if we look at this motion and let Councillor Renwick and I do a bit of work on this, come back in September and give council a better picture of what it would really cost, because we, at $81,000, we wouldn't propose doing this. We don't want the taxpayer paying $81,000 for a crosswalk. If we can discover that it is cheaper and we can do something more spectacular and something that's great for our town, that's when I think we can really make a decision. So if you guys are comfortable with us looking at this motion that may be delaying the decision, then perhaps we could come back to it in September. So.
And I'm going to assume that Councillor Renwick, you'll second this. Okay, I have a motion to substitute. I have a second motion to substitute too. There's two different ones, so I will ask the clerk. Do I have to read all three motions here? I need you to speak up, clerk.
Chair Fitzgerald, if you could just read the motion that's on the screen here, please.
That would be just fine. I'll read the motion and then I'll go to questions if there are any or comments. I can't read the screen because it's not big enough. Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved, committee substitutes the recommendation and report Ops 2023-31 for the following. Whereas through the adoption of resolutions, Town of Huntsville councils have demonstrated their continued commitment to the importance of inclusivity of all citizens within the Town of Huntsville, no matter their gender, race, class, sexuality, or disability. Resolutions such as Resolution GC 192-17, the adoption of the use of the land acknowledgement statement at public meetings to recognize Indigenous territory. Resolution 306-19, council making training to educate council and staff on the history of Indigenous peoples a priority. Truth and Reconciliation Call to Action number 57. And resolution number 193-21, council's commitment to recognizing September 30th annually as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And resolution number 19821, council's support for Muskoka Pride's grant application and installation of a Rainbow Pride bench in the town of Huntsville. Resolution 123-22, council's direction to mark the crosswalk with signage between Huntsville High School and the Canada Summit Center depicting the Pride flag. Resolution 72-23, council appointing Councillor Morrison as council's representative in community well-being initiatives. And Resolution 120-23, council's direction to staff to seek permission from the district municipality of Muskoka for the installation of a crosswalk in painted colors on Main Street. And whereas the representative of Community Wellbeing Initiatives, Councillor Morrison has indicated the need to recognize inclusivity, diversity, and multiculturalism in a permanent form. And whereas staff have now reported back on Council Resolution 120-23, and whereas the River Mill Park area is a well-used central area in the downtown core that would provide opportunity for such recognition, commitment, and acknowledgement. Now, therefore, it is recommended that committee requests Councillor Morrison and Councillor Renwick consult with the Downtown Huntsville BIA and other groups and individuals as determined on the following. Type of recognition, design options, public input, costs, and funding avenues. And further that, Councillor Morrison and Councillor Renwick provide a report back to General Committee once completed. I will go to questions. Your Worship.
Thank you for reading all of that. Chair Fitzgerald, you did an excellent job. I rarely have an opportunity to say that I love motions. And it's really rare. It's not just because of the length on this one, because we have a lot of long ones. But I love this motion. I love the fact it identifies all of the initiatives this council, previous councils have made with respect to inclusivity, diversity, and all of the things that we said we wanted to do at the beginning of this term. And it's all in here, and I feel like this is natural progression, and I'm very appreciative that both Councillors Morrison and Renwick are saying, you know what, we've listened to lots of comments, but we think that this is bigger, and there's a way of doing what we want to do and including the community. And I think that that's what makes this motion really stand out as well, that this isn't just the council wants to do something. In fact, there are a whole lot of people in our community that are incredibly supportive of getting behind an initiative like this. And I say like this because, to your comment, Councillor Morrison, this could be something that's different, very different, and something that's an opportunity. It's a challenge to work with many people in our community. And personally, as I said, rarely do I say I love this motion. And so I am so 100% behind it.
Thank you for those comments, Your Worship. Any other questions or comments regarding this? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. So, very long motion, so I just want to be very clear what we're voting on. So, we're voting on Councillor Morrison and Renwick doing some homework and then coming back with something to us. Is that what I'm understanding? At which point then we'd make a decision from there, right? Okay.
I believe that to be correct. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Chair Fitzgerald. Yeah, and I think that's the consensus around the table. Nobody wanted to spend taxpayer money on this, but I love that you have the funding options, because I do believe there are grant opportunities in that out there that we can definitely source out, and other funding options that, so you left it open, which is great.
Thank you. No further comments or questions. I will ask the clerk for Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. And thank you, Councillor Morrison, for really doing a lot of the homework on this motion. It started off as a pride crosswalk in downtown, but I think it has developed into something even greater and even bigger. The idea really was a unity square, and having 4 sides to a crosswalk area in Rivermill Park that would incorporate not just Indigenous people, but the Pride flag, the Canadian veterans, perhaps. There's many different options. So I'm really excited that this is something that we can still look at and still make our community inclusive. Because I was very disappointed about the amount of money that would have been spent on a crosswalk in downtown, and I certainly do not support $81,000 on paint. So this is something that'll be great to look at and to come back with in future. But thank you.
Thank you both for your efforts, and I'll go to Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, and I also do believe this is in line with, I believe, the district and the grant that IDEA got with their Hate Has No Home Here signs, that I think really do speak to what our community does feel, and I think it would be a good opportunity to showcase that.
Your Worship.
Thank you, and I apologize, I should have mentioned this, because I don't think it was in our package, and I'm not sure if we've received it yet, but I know it was in the works, and that there's a letter from District Chair Lehman, co-signed with the chair of the District Ideas Committee, in support of this initiative, whatever this initiative looks like, but the general principle. And it was a fantastic letter. Maybe it was coming in this week. So we can look at it when we get it. We will certainly distribute that.
Thank you. I will go around 3 more times. That's it for comments or questions. I'll ask the clerk. I need to read the substituted motion only.
So you've read the motion, so you can call the question on the motion to substitute and then call the question on the main motion as substituted.
Thank you very much. I will call the question on the motion to substitute. All in favor? And that's carried. And I will call the question on the motion as substituted. All in favor? Look at everybody go. Thank you, everyone. I now have the great pleasure of passing this over to Mr. Nagy. Mhm. And it's you, Councillor Stone.
All right, I'm up. All right, I have a motion moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Clark. It is recommended that General Committee of the Town of Huntsville requests the District Municipality of Muskoka staff conduct the appropriate studies to evaluate an unsupervised pedestrian crossing standard at the Cora Street East and Burnell Road intersection, and further that, upon completion, staff from both the town and the District of Muskoka provide their findings to both councils. And I'll go to staff for comments.
Thank you very much, Chair Stone. Over the 2022-2023 school schedule, the bylaw department did struggle with filling crosswalk positions. Therefore, staff have looked into other options to help support safe crossings within our school zones. This has led to a viable option by putting a sign crossing at the high school. This would enable a reduction in crossing guards and be able to relocate returning staff to other crossings. Because this crossing would impact a district road, district staff would need to, district has asked that Huntsville staff direct them to conduct all necessary studies to support any road improvements or alterations in the area. We would also like to note that this initiative has received the Trillium Lakeland District School Board support, and this is supported through the Sidewalk Master Plan, which I'm happy to let Brandon elaborate on.
Thanks, Chris, and through you, Chair Stone. So what we have is, through our Sidewalk Master Plan, we have an identified crossing. That's at Cora Street and directly across from the high school. It's been there for many years, and as Chris said, we occupy that with a crossing guard, which we're having issues with. Previous discussions with the district, requires a motion from Huntsville Council for them to look at it. They will put it through the the manual of uniform traffic control devices. Essentially, that's just a large manual that they run traffic counts on Burnell Road, basically from Veterans Way to Town Line, and only Burnell Road, and a line into crossings. If that does meet the warrants, then the district is happy to take that from us and incorporate a pedestrian crossing solely at their cost, if it meets the warrants. If it does not meet the warrants, there's still consideration to put one in. That can be done by way of a 50-50 cost sharing with the district, like we did on the one on Yonge Street. There is special considerations in that manual for crossings towards schools and other amenities such as that. So what we're asking for today, and I do want to point out that we did talk to the Active Transportation Committee. They did have a lot of good feedback, a lot of really good discussions. It does sound by those discussions that there is other requests to be looked at. What we're requesting here today is to start the process on the pedestrian crossing, not getting away from those other requests, but we're not installing a crosswalk at this point. This is to start the process as we have identified an issue with staffing for crosswalk. So that being a safety issue, that's what we're asking for today, but we still don't want to lose sight of what was discussed at Chair Stone's committee as well. So I just want to make that clear, and we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, I'll go to council for any comments or questions. No? So, yes, I've spoken with you, and at Active Transportation, we did have the conversation. So there's a traffic nightmare twice a day at Park Drive and Burnell, with cars and buses coming and going. I'm hoping that this traffic study is all-encompassing in that area. And is that being done? Is a thought to do that? So traffic on Park Drive, on Burnell before Park Drive and past the high school? Is that the traffic numbers you're going to get?
Through you, Chair Stone, in talks with the district's transportation department, they would only be looking at traffic on Burnell Road for the warrants for the pedestrian crossing. That scope gets a little bit bigger. From what I heard at the Active Transportation Committee, we looked at possible lights at Burnell and Park Drive, possibly Park Drive being a one-way. That scope gets a little bit broader. We can definitely look at that and consult with the district of what that may look like and report back on that. Again, we just want to move forward with the pedestrian crossing at this time to address a safety concern that we're having. Having said that, that by looking at those other areas, they don't need to in order to do the warrant for the signal, is what they're saying. Now, we can definitely incorporate that. It's just a bigger scope, and we need to figure out the details and costs of how we can get there.
All right, so I will just say that, if we're looking at put a crosswalk 20 meters away from that intersection, and then we're going to relook at that intersection and maybe put lights there, that seems redundant to me. So if we had the information, we could make a comprehensive decision.
Through you, Chair, absolutely. What we currently have today is an approved, under the sidewalk master plan, an approved crossing. And that's at Cora Street. There isn't one on the sidewalk master plan right now for us to adhere to Park Drive. If that's a motion of council, we can definitely look at that. Right now, staff's bringing back a report based on the approved crossing that we have.
All right, Councilor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Stone. So the crosswalk at Cora is where students now for the high school, they actually cross there. So having a crosswalk there alleviates the fact that we don't have staff anymore or crossing guards to help cross the kids. The cost involved with putting in a crosswalk, I don't think we discussed that in the report, how much that might be, because I think I agree with what Councillor Stone is saying, that if we're going to be looking at a potential light at Park and Burnell, what's the purpose of having a crosswalk if we eventually want them to be there? So do we have a cost? Do we have any idea how much it might be to have one in there temporarily?
Through you, Chair Stone, we don't at this point. How that works is if it meets the warrant for a crosswalk, it's solely on the district's cost. We want to look at putting lights in at Park Drive and Burnell Road. It's a different scope of work than the pedestrian crossing, is all I'm saying. So we would have to go back to the district with a different scope of work to look at that as well. So again, we would be more heavily involved. If there is no warrants for it, as I mentioned before, there's still special considerations because it is going to a school. With that said, the district said they would still use the method and precedent that we set on Yonge Street, where we could do a 50-50 cost sharing. Once we determine that we're going to put one in, there's another process that they put it through, which is the design process, as to what the appropriate type of crossing is. Is it one that we see at Riverside? Is it one on Main Street? Is it one that we have at Yonge Street? So that's the second step. Once we've determined that one is going there, then they put it through the design.
Go ahead.
Just to follow up then, in your opinion, in your educated opinion, do you think it does warrant? And because it is a school crossing, are we fairly confident that the district is going to say, yes, let's put a crosswalk here, and that they'll cover the cost?
Through you, Chair, just in my own opinion, the one on Yonge Street did not meet a warrant. but it led to it did not meet the warrant. So I can't say if the one at the high school will meet the warrant, but the district was willing to work with the town to put one in because it was part of our sidewalk master plan, it was part of a missing link, and it led to a town park. So with that said, and I can't speak for our counterparts at the district, but it is leading to a school and there is more pedestrian access or more pedestrian activity within that Burnell Road and high school area than there is at Young Street, so.
Okay.
Sorry, if I can just add as well, so to kind of get back to the motion today, it's not to, actually approve the crossing or anything like that. We have reported that we will be coming back with costing and everything like that, so it's really to initiate the district to start those studies, right? And I think, at the staffing level and at the district level, when we see the numbers come back, if there's a need to elaborate then that would probably be within the report coming forward going, you know what, we only looked into the crossing at this stage. However, a full signaled intersection may be merited at that point, and council would have the ability to weigh in on that and readdress it. So, yeah.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thumb issues. Thank you, Chair Stone. Thanks, Brandon and Chris, for the report. I understand what the process is, and we're just starting the process. I liked Chair Stone's comment about the nightmare at 9 and 4, which kind of prompted me to thought, why don't we have the discussion with the school board we had at other locations where we're having that issue? It could be as simple as taking the buses all the way around the Summit Center to not have that bottleneck right in front of the school. So I support us looking into it with the district about where we go and that it's a multi-step process. So,
Mayor Alcock?
I'll be very fast. Thank you, Chair Stone. I'm really glad that Chris reiterated that this motion before us is really just asking the district to do the evaluation and look at all of those things, and maybe including the suggestion by Councillor Fitzgerald. And then it'll come back and we can have that more fulsome discussion.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Call the question on the motion. All in favor? And that's carried. Moving on, I have another motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Morrison. It is recommended the General Committee approve the amendments to Bylaw 2022-91, short-term rental accommodation, to clarify definitions, prohibitions, and update the Renters Code of Conduct as outlined in Report DEV 2023-84, and further that these amendments to come into force on January 1st, 2024, and further that the draft bylaw be forwarded to Council for consideration. CBO Nagy.
Thank you again, Chair Stone. So through direction of motion GC 8923, staff reviewed the bylaw and its enforcement capabilities and the AMP program. As noted through the report, complaints associated with the short-term rental have been minimal to 30 over the last year. Although the town provides property management information for each short-term rental on our website, should there be an issue and a neighboring property would like to contact someone outside of business hours, staff have highlighted an option for the program to incorporate a 24-hour call line, as this service could get a hold of the property manager as well as take in information that could be used for further enforcement by the municipality. That said, because the complaints are low, staff are only proposing an update to the bylaw that incorporates more appropriate definitions, restrictions for advertisements, incorporating commercial properties, and fines and penalties associated with those. These initiatives will empower staff with future enforcement capabilities. We are proposing that these amendments take place at the beginning of the 2024 season so that it does not confuse the industry at this time. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of council or committee? Who are we today? We're a committee. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. Option 3 is interesting. I don't think really we need to look at it right now. It seems to be that our systems are working pretty well. We haven't had a lot of complaints, and we're almost through summer. But it might be something to bring back at another point if we were having issues. I thought it was a very interesting option, you know, to give people that ability to phone in 24 hours.
You'd like to speak to that? Go ahead.
If I could. So just so you know, some of the and the reason for the 24-hour call line as a suggestion, some of the complaints that we were actually getting from people concerned is that, you know, issues are occurring after hours and therefore staff can't be contacted right away, right? So that's kind of why we highlighted that as probably a more efficient and would support the complaint aspects of that. So,
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and thanks, Chris, for bringing this report. I actually do support it because I've had numerous occasions have had to walk down the road to one and request they turn down the music, and I don't know what kind of situation I'm getting into. And I hear often from constituents when I'm out and about that, how come we can't get bylaw on the weekend? How could, you know? And so there's no cost. It's self-supporting this through the Mahatma and our share. So for me, I think we're going to get a better tracking tool because people are going to have somewhere to call now. Then they're not just, oh, calm down and I won't bother because nothing's going to happen in 3 days when I call in. So I think it provides us with a tool to navigate and determine with more precise data what's happening in the complaints. And I think it's going to actually calm people down, and they're not going to be angry that there's maybe no one available on the weekend for a complaint. And I think when it goes in the renter code of conduct as well, that this is now available, you're going to find that people maybe behave even a little more appropriately, knowing that this can be reported. So I'm going to support it.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. And I'm a little, Councillor Fitzgerald's comment, you're supportive, are you saying you're supportive of option 3? Not because that is the one about the third-party contractor. Is that what you're saying? Yes, and today staff are recommend. I think as I understand in the note, it was a great note, and you talked about potentially that option if we want to move in that direction, but the recommendation before us today is not to go forward with that. So are you suggesting that I'm not, I guess I need clarification.
Well, what would you, in a perfect world, what would you like to see? Mr. Nagy? I know you gave us options.
spend the money, right?
Typical staff. I'm kidding.
So the original motion that was put before staff was to look at the enforcement model around short-term rental, right? And so in our aspect, with there being 30 complaints, with those complaints leading to, hey, there isn't a monitoring system outside of our regular business, that's why we feel, the bylaw needs to be amended. There needs to be some clarity within it. However, if council felt it appropriate to have that additional modeling, that if you are getting those calls, it's please call this dedicated line and they'll get all your information and it'll be a live person and stuff, that option 3 is kind of that valid and appropriate task to take that on, right? But also on the back end, we only had 30 complaints over the last year. So that's kind of, from a staffing standpoint, it's really, we aren't getting the calls and complaints, but from the previous motions, we're hearing that council as a whole are getting a lot more complaints. And is this a valid option that you guys could use to mitigate those to yourself, right? So,
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Yeah, I guess for me, this is a big thing. Since we started it, ongoing, lots of changes. Are we doing the best we can do? I don't think we are. With this implemented, option 3, I think we are. And I think you're going to find that the data changes. That will we have more than 30 complaints? Likely we would have, because in that moment, someone is ready to call and complain because of that immediate incident, and you get busy and you don't deal with it. So we truly will know what direction we're headed in, and if we're doing everything we can do to appease the neighbors of these, and for the money it generates, I think we owe it to ourselves to have that true data and to offer the service to our constituents.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. 2 questions. First, when you say 30 complaints in the year, is that July to July so far? Or just this year?
No, so yeah, you're absolutely right. It is July to July, so the last 12 months.
In 12 months, okay. And the cost associated with 13,500, is that an annual cost, or is that just a 6-month cost?
No, so that total, thank you for that question, and sorry, through you. That is an annual cost. Now, things that could occur similar to building fees, we could look at that in our 2024 budget and do, costing of licenses need to go up so that, it's revenue neutral and things like that. That's a valid aspect. The other thing, as Councillor Fitzgerald has noted, if we get that data from this collection, that'll obviously be incorporated into our annual reports with, we received X number of complaints and, the fallout of those. So if we are issuing penalties against it, then that could be a revenue source with a complaint as well, so.
Good, thanks. Just more of a follow-up. I think if we did have a 1-800 line, I think you probably see our number of complaints probably go up, because I think right now people either deal with it themselves or don't want to call bylaw because they're afraid that bylaw's not going to show up for a couple of days, and by that time the incidents occurred, everything's done. So it could be interesting to see what the numbers come in at.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to clarify, so would we not be looking at, so we're recommended to go with option 1, but would we not be implementing option 1 and 3? Or would we just be looking at option 3? Right? So maybe someone could answer that. But second question is, I just want to make sure, so we're paying it, if we were to do the pilot, we're doing it out of the short-term rental reserve, and that is funds that are generated by short-term rentals, right?
So, yeah, I can comment on that. So the revenue source through short-term rentals are applications as well as enforcement, so the AMP system. So to speak to something that Armour was talking about, through this system, if the proper data is collected, i.e., video or pictures or something along those lines, even if it was collected, let's say Saturday at 2 o'clock in the morning, there's obviously a stream to notify the property manager and things like that. But through this, there's also the stream that if it's validated, that the bylaw department would have the ability to issue an AMP penalty, which again would be revenue against the program and everything, right? So if we do see that kind of peak in complaints, and there's that additional revenue through AMP penalties, there may not need to be the issue of increasing the licensing fees, because it in itself would become revenue neutral, right? So, yeah.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you to Chris. Of the 30 complaints that we've had, are we not collecting data or data with that to say, did you try and call at midnight, but you were able to call the next morning? And did most people who couldn't call at night call the next day anyway, just to sort of follow up on it?
So through you, Councillor Stone, yes, you're absolutely correct. Like, we do keep all the data on file. We verify, if it's a noise complaint or something along those lines, we get verification either by a recording or if it's over occupancy pictures or something along those lines that we can use if it gets escalated to another enforcement tool. Now, with respect to comments received from complaintees, it's more of a, again, 2 o'clock in the morning, there's noise going on. We do reiterate to them that there's the property manager information on the website and everything, and sometimes it's, yeah, we've reached out to them, and sometimes I'm not doing that, that's, your job kind of a thing, right? Which, valid, but in the end, if we can issue the AMP penalty, that's the aspect that we're going, right? So, yeah.
I just have a thought that popped in my head. Would a free option be having a phone line to an answering machine here? So in the middle of the night, somebody actually leaves the message and we'd reply in the morning?
So thank you for that option. The only issue is answering service. So we have that by way bylaw has individual phone lines, and all of our information is actually on the website and things like that. The issue is it doesn't actually respond to the property manager, where this particular program would, right? So first point of contact that we verified is they get the call, they call the property manager, again, anytime. They have a certain amount of time to respond, and if they don't, then it automatically gets kicked to us. But as soon as that instance gets logged, we have all that information as well. So
Interesting. All right. I'm going to go to Mayor Alcock first.
So, thank you, Chair Stone. So I think I'm hearing a little bit of appetite for going actually with both option 1 and 3. Because option 1, you are tweaking and you're doing the housekeeping items with respect to codes of conduct and all of that. That all makes sense, Chris. I think that's great. And option 3 is on maybe a trial basis, we do it for a year. And I like the Deputy Mayor's comments that I think people might be more inclined if they know that there's a number they can call at any time and there will be a response. And you speak to a real person, that we might find different data. So I'm sort of inclined to support that, since it is coming out of the STRA reserve, right? That's meant for that, and our penalties actually might increase, so.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would agree with Mayor Alcock. The reserve fund is self-funded, and so it would be zero cost on the tax levy. We all know that we can't do, there's only so much we can do with short-term rentals. I think this is something that we could do to make it better. And so, yeah, I would be in favor of option 1 and 3. We could try option 3 on a trial basis and see how it works out.
I'll go to Councillor Fitzgerald, then I'm going to ask if there's an amendment that someone would like to put forward.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Just one last comment, I guess, and that is if they call the 24-hour line, they may suggest them take a picture, take a video recording of the incident, which will only further the AMP process. So, and I'd be happy to put a motion forward for option 1 and option 3.
All right, is there a seconder? Oh, everybody's hands are going up. We'll go with Councillor Clark. Yeah. So. So I'll ask the clerks to put up a motion to amend. Okay, so is this a motion to amend? All right, thank you. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Clark. It is recommended that the following paragraph be added. And further, that staff be directed to obtain a one-time service from a third-party provider that offers short-term rental accommodation advertisement monitoring, a 24-hour complaint line, and municipal notification at the cost of $13,500 to be funded through the short-term rental reserve fund on a trial basis for a period of 1 year. Comments on that? I'll go to Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Schoen. Just a quick one that maybe we should, for 1 year, but maybe we should have something in there that says the report back in June of 2024. So we get the data to know whether we want to approve it for the following.
CBO Nagy, is that needed?
like I said, we will include those reporting numbers back in our annual anyway. We will probably be bringing that back February, March, just so you know it's kind of more realistic in that realm. And also to renew, we just want to make sure that we're ahead of time to figure out if we need to give any 90 days notice of we don't want the service or anything. So it'll be a half year. However, I think it's one of those things, and especially as I'm hearing around the table, that if it gets out there and it gets utilized, we'll know pretty much right away if it's working, right? So.
All right, any more comments on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment? Thank you, and all in favor of the main motion as amended? And that's carried. Oh, I shouldn't have signed that. All right, and I'm going to move it over to Councillor Morrison to chair the remainder.
If I may,
Okay.
before Councillor Morrison starts, do you know, we have a request as we move into corporate services. We were hoping to move agenda item 8.2.2 up to 8.2.1 because we have a guest here, the chair of Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare, Maureen Miller, and has been waiting patiently for us to have this discussion with respect to the local share. And Julie has already moved into the chair. And sorry, I didn't mention this earlier, but it kind of hit us last minute, Chair Morrison. Do we have your permission?
I fully agree, but I have it as 8.4.2. Is that correct?
Okay, 8.4. Yes,
Okay.
I have my numbers all
No
mixed
problem.
up. But it's the gist.
I love it. Yep.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you.
So, moving into this, and I will do a bathroom break after this, if that's okay. My bladder's warranting it. Okay, so I'm going to get to the proper motion.
Do we have time? Do you want a bathroom break
No,
right
no.
now?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Let's not let Maureen wait any longer.
Okay.
She's been very patient. Okay, so we have a bit of a long motion, not as long as Councillor Fitzgerald's, but long enough. We have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that committee recommend setting a target of $10 million. This is the right one, right? Okay. To be Huntsville's direct contribution to the local share for the funding of 2 hospitals in Muskoka, 1 located in Bracebridge and 1 in Huntsville. And further, that committee recommends transferring the total amount of the Forbes Hill Reserve into the local share reserve and closing the Forbes Hill Reserve. And further, that any interest or investment income earned on funds held in the local share reserve be directed to that reserve. And further, that committee recommends maintaining the transfer of $230,000 to the local share reserve each budget year until such time as the local share reserve reaches $10 million. And further, that staff be directed to bring back an amendment to the financial reserve policy to include naming the local share hospital dedication reserve as a specific reserve and specify adequacy and targets of the local share reserve once targets are approved by council. And further, that staff be directed to work with the Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare on an agreement for the local share and report back to committee for approval of the agreement. And on that, I'll pass it over to Director McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So this local share report update is provided to you today to request approval to set the target for Huntsville's local share contribution for the 2 hospital site project for Huntsville, in Muskoka. So just to recap, the local share for Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare, or MAC, as required by the Ministry of Health, has been estimated at $225 million, which is approximately 30% of the total cost estimated for the 2 hospital builds of $976 million. So the local share working group is made up of representatives from various municipalities, MAC, and both foundations, and they continue to meet frequently. They've been tasking members of the group with developing individual plans for their organizations to determine what level of contributions they will be able to support as a community. MAC has requested that the town formalize their commitment as a requirement for the application to the province. So at this point, staff are recommending that the town of Huntsville set a commitment to contribute a total of $10 million in recognition of the economic impact and the importance of having one of the 2 hospital redevelopments located in our community in the town of Huntsville. There are several funding scenarios presented in the report that allow us to reach this target. However, staff are recommending that committee maintain the commitment of the transfer of $230,000 annually each year. And this will not create any further increase to the 2024 budget. It's already built in, as well as transferring the total amount of the Forbes Hill Reserve into the local share reserve and closing that reserve fund. As well, maintain this funding until such time as the local share reserve reaches $10 million. So it is important to note that the intention of this funds is to be held by the town until such time as it's required once the construction begins. And then once council has formally approved this financial target, we will work with MAC on formalizing an agreement for this commitment.
I forgot Mayor Alcock's not chairing this part of the meeting. Thank you so much, Director McKenzie. I will open it up to questions from council, and we'll start with Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison, and thank you, Julia, for a great report. I want to say, one, I absolutely support this. I think this is the right approach, and I know that Maureen's been waiting patiently because if we decide this today, we're the first of the lower tier municipalities to make this decision and put our commitment forward publicly. I also think that we're in a very fortunate situation that we are able to transfer the funds from an existing reserve that's been sitting there. I almost feel like waiting for a project of this nature. And so this is a really prudent way of providing our commitment and contribution. So I'm absolutely supportive of this, and thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Any other questions from, we'll go to Councillor Stone.
So the $230,000 that's proposed, put away annually, and we've got our money from the Forbes Hill Reserve. So if we put that away for 15 years, that only gives us $3,450,000 that we're adding to the Forbes Hill Reserve? So a total of $7 million?
So the intention is that the money would sit into a reserve fund, and each year it would grow by investment income. So that would get us to, it would be over $11 million based on the assumptions that we know today.
Okay, I'm worried that we're setting ourselves up for a shortfall, but that's fine. Thank you. If you're happy, you know more than I.
Okay, well, and one thing to point out, during our agenda review, I did have the sessions to ensure it is still going to be invested. So it's no different than if it stayed in the Forbes Hill Fund. It's coming over, and based on a lot of research, I think the numbers are fairly safe from what Director McKenzie has looked into.
So, and it is important that the funds are held by the town and we're not handing those over annually, because we do need those to be growing every year to be able to meet that commitment. I think that we're putting in fairly conservative, reasonable estimates on our assumptions. We're looking at a 5% growth year over year. That's over time, not as of last year. So it's important to note that I don't have a magic ball that will say what the outcome will be, but I think they're the reasonable estimates that we're looking at. And I'm quite certain in the next couple of years we'll be back to make adjustments based on new information.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Director McKenzie. Any other questions around the table? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Morrison, and through you. I guess really our real question here is, I agree with this 100%, so you got my vote. Do we go with scenario D, which meets the target, or do we do with, scenario F, I guess, is the same thing, or do we do with scenario E, where we're going to, there's a possibility to exceed the target? Do we want to cut ourselves off short, or we just keep going until we, for the next 15 years, and that money's put away, and then we'll end up with possibly a little bit of extra money at the end?
Director McKenzie?
What do you prefer?
I think keeping it in, just keeping the contributions going until we meet the target is a safe bet at this time. As I said, it is a long period of time, so we'll certainly be back and be making adjustments. So I think just keeping it, moving the money over and keeping it status quo until we know more is kind of the safest bet at this point.
Great question, Deputy Mayor. Are any other questions around the table? And seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Enthusiastically, right? And thank you, Maureen, for waiting, and we're very excited to get going on that. That's amazing. Okay, and we will do a 10-minute bio break? 5? 10? Oh, do you want to do a lunch? This is the time to do it. Okay, so we're going to do a 30-minute break. And if anyone's grabbing food, bring us some back. Okay, all right. Okay, see you back at 1:17, something like that. Actually, see you at 20 past 1. Okay, thank you, everybody. I would like to call this meeting back to order at almost exactly 1:20, almost on time. I would like to invite Director Frame up, and I have a motion moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that committee approves the removal of the council and committee directives outlined in Appendix A of Report Corp 2023-52, and further that committee provide clarification on the following items as outlined in Appendix B of Report Corp 2023-52. Toboggan Hill, Florence Street, Muskoka Community Land Trust, Forbes Hill Camp Kitchen sloping and concrete structure, and further that the following resolution numbers be rescinded. GC 122-22 and 219-22, and further that resolution number GC 123-22 be amended with the removal of the last 5 paragraphs. So with that, I'll pass it over to Director Frame.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So as all of you know, at each council or committee meeting, resolutions are passed that provide direction to staff related to a wide range of matters. So these resolutions direct staff to complete projects, perform research, create programs, work with community partners on various issues, and so on and so forth. So many of these things are outside of the normal day-to-day tasks that staff need to do in order to keep the programs and services that the town offers up and running. Depending on the directive, the time commitment can be quite significant. So I do think it's important to note that a directive is essentially a project. They arise through a single resolution, but as the project progresses, there may be additional resolutions about that same directive. So we don't add new projects every time a resolution is passed. So as a result of this, many of the active directives do have multiple resolutions tied to them. So to track all of these projects, staff have an ongoing listing, and it's continuously updated. At the beginning of 2023, there were 49 projects that carried forward from prior years. So these are just the projects or the directives that hadn't yet been completed to that point. There were 71 resolutions tied to those 49 projects. So far in 2023, an additional 38 projects have been added. There are 46 resolutions tied to these newly added 2023 projects. So Appendix A in the staff report details a few of the projects that are recommended for removal, and I wanted to provide a bit of background on these items. So the One-Way Streets study, although the One-Way Street study was removed from the 2023 draft budget, there was no specific direction to remove the project entirely. So that's why this is on that list. The Town Hall Steps project was removed again from the 2023 capital budget until further information was provided with respect to the overall Town Hall renovation project. The Town Hall Working Group project is listed separately on Appendix C, so there's a separate directive with respect to the overall renovation project. And the front steps really will be captured in that project. So this is just removing the Town Hall front steps project. The next two items, the crosswalk safety at schools and the Haynes Road speed reduction, are going to be captured under another directive, again, that's listed on Appendix C, the speed limits on town roads. I wanted to be clear that the removal of these projects on this listing does not mean that they won't be done. It just means that they're going to be covered under that other directive, under a traffic safety plan that will encompass both the vehicular and the pedestrian traffic safety. The high school Rainbow Crosswalk, there has been new direction with respect to Rainbow Crosswalk since this resolution was passed, so this is really just a housekeeping thing to remove that off of our project listing. Ripple and Pallet Lake Directive, this will actually be covered through our 2024 Roads Needs Study, which takes into account all town roads, not just specific ones. So that's why we're recommending this for removal. And the last item, the grant submission for the Mobile Crisis Response Enhancement Grant. This was actually removed on Monday at Monday night's council meeting, so that one's already been removed. I did want to highlight a few items that require some additional directives, or additional direction, sorry. And these can be found on Appendix B of the report. So the Toboggan Hill at Port Sydney Community Centre, this, again, is really just a housekeeping item. Back in 2015, council directed staff to post signage at the community center to allow tobogganing as a permitted use in that location. Per the resolutions, the signs were supposed to be removed by April 30th of that year. However, the signs are still in place. The parks bylaw allows tobogganing as long as there are signs posted. So the tobogganing as a permitted use has been ongoing since then. So since the original resolution included an expiry date, staff require direction as to whether committee would like to leave the signs as they are and kind of keep it as it is currently being used. For the Florence Street Development Directive, or the Muskoka Community Land Trust, staff are wondering whether committee would like the Muskoka Community Land Trust to come forward to provide an update on the project. And with respect to the Forbes Hill Camp Kitchen sloping, the sloping has actually been completed, but the in-water concrete structure that was part of that resolution is going to be in excess over $100,000 capital spend. So staff would like direction as to whether committee would like staff to include this in the 2024 capital budget or not. Regardless of the direction, though, I think it's important to note that staff are going to continue to assess all town assets, just like we do with every town asset in every location, in accordance with our town's asset management planning program that we do continuously. So I am available for questions.
Thank you, Director Frame. I'll ask if there are any questions from council. Deputy Mayor Armour, then Mayor Alcock, and
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor
Quickly,
Fitzgerald.
the concrete barrier on Kitchener, is that the one in the water at the boat launch, the old boat launch? That we're
I'm
talking about?
going to have to defer to Director Ukivi on that one.
Through you, Chair Morrison, that is the concrete pad from the former boat launch that is in the water itself. So the question is what do we move forward with in terms of that? We've had requests from the triathlon group, both Tri-Muskoka as well as Ironman, to make that concrete exit a little bit more user-friendly for people exiting the water from that sport. Because it is in water work and it's a very large concrete slab, there would be very high expense associated with that.
Follow-up, yep.
Thanks very much. I'm just curious, this year's Ironman, did they not go in there and do some work and fix it up themselves?
Through you, Chair Morrison, we did, so that was the slope work that we did. So the exit up to Camp Kitchen Road, that was all smoothed down. Gravel was laid down to make the exit easier. There was a little bit of minor cleanup work on the actual concrete slab itself in terms of picking rocks and things like that and anything that might trip or injure somebody coming out of the water. But other than that, it was left in water as was.
Mayor Alcock, and then Jason and Monty.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. A couple of things. One is a follow-up on that last one, which is, so it actually is, it has been improved since we first dealt with this particular motion. It was better this year than it was the previous years, right? Yeah. Okay, that was one, because that has a bearing on this expenditure from my perspective. The other question I have is with respect to the Haynes Road, and I get, Reva, you're saying that it forms part of the larger study. And I guess, how do we know that the Haynes Road motion will kind of make it to the top as a priority? Because that was a specific deputation around speed on Haynes Road, and like others. So is there a way we can ensure that that is a priority contained within the larger report?
You or Director Ukivi?
Through you, Chair Morrison. So Haynes Road would be one of our primary trial areas on any traffic safety plan, because we do recognize that there's a potential for higher speeds coming from the traffic signals at Center Street down the hill. We have done some speed measurement there already on at least 2 occasions at the 85th percentile. So 85% of the time the speed being traveled there is 50 kilometers an hour or less, I'm happy to report. There's still 15% of people that go up, and when you look, there are a couple of high milers that we have to acknowledge there, but absolutely that would be one of the priority areas.
Okay, that's great.
Follow-up, sure.
It's actually not, that's great, thank you for that. So I can be assured that it's still high priority. I can wait if you want to go around, because I have last one, which is the direction required on the Muskoka Land Trust. And as I understand it, the last time we met with the board, they said they will bring back a business case for us to consider in our consideration of transferring the Florence Street property. So I think my opinion, yes, they should come back when they've got their business case ready, and they will absolutely, we will need to consider that in order to move forward with the transfer of property if that's what council wishes to do. So my vote would be, that would be the direction.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. It's Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. Thanks, Reva. It's nice to have this in front of us. I agree mostly with the things to be removed, or they being addressed elsewhere or being addressed elsewhere. I'm still curious about the one-way street studies. I know that I've been a big proponent of that since I arrived on council. And with the parking review coming up, I think it's still something that possibly should be on the table. So I don't know where it fits in with the process of parking and additional parking spaces, but I think it's still a consideration, and I don't know how I can be convinced otherwise. So, and down to your further direction required, Toboggan Hill, let's just do it indefinitely, and I'd be happy to make a motion for that, to put it to bed. Florence Street, I look forward to the Community Land Trust coming forward. And the concrete structure, I think we should all go have a look to know what we're talking about individually, so it's not a council thing. So we're visually and physically informed of what it's like walking down there, looking at it, walking on it. Maybe it's not a $100,000 investment that we need to do there. Maybe it's a $25,000 investment. You know, it may fall under the category of the waterfront strategy and a footbridge over to that new land we get from the district. Who knows? But let's go have a look.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Quickly on the one-way traffic study, I wonder if we do kill that directive now, because I share your thoughts. I mean, Member Steve Alcock from my committee brought up an idea in around River Street. When I drive by there and look at the amount of parking spaces we could get from that being a one-way, that's just one street alone. I think it could go a long way. So is that something that we can kill today but then bring back with a motion from us for a future look? Do you think, Reva? Or CAO Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So right now it's talking about a full town-wide, I think, review of one-way streets. But if you're specific to a certain area, then it would definitely be a bit more manageable to focus on that. So I think if committee doesn't have a desire to do a full town-wide study on one-way streets, I think it would be more specific to bring back a recommendation for a specific area.
Okay, that could be done in consultation with the BIA, et cetera. So, okay, I like that. I'm going to go to Councillor Cloutier first.
Yeah, back to the Forbes Hill, the structure in the water, because we're not using it as a boat ramp anymore, that there's concrete in there to get out. And I know there's, I've seen it in different rivers. There's they're like an octagon, square shaped, like a plastic type of thing, and it kind of rolls out like a mat. And I've seen them in different locations, and I imagine a lot easier to place and a lot. So as my fellow councillor said, we should all go take a look at it and do that. Then we're not doing concrete in the water, which is very costly, but it's a different type of product, and maybe we can get a recycled product.
Thank you, Councillor Cloutier. I think I have Councillor Stone, Councillor Clark, and then Schumacher.
Thank you. So I'm in favor of removing all of the listed ones. I'm not a fan of one-way streets. If it were for a particular purpose, happy to look at that, but generally speaking, happy to remove all those. I remember back in 2015, when we talked about Toboggan Hills, nothing more quintessential Muskoka, Canada than tobogganing. And staff wanted to ban it across the board because of liability. Well, I think we should put, if we need signs on, let's put signs on every little bump we own.
Even the speed bumps. There you go. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Chair. That'd be a lot of signs if we were putting them on the bunks. The only thing I really, on the items to removed, I just question slightly is the removal of the Pallet Lake and Ripple Lake roads. I know that we're gonna be doing a road study in 2024, but I continue to get call after call from residents on this road. I know there was, I believe in the past, there was a deputation done to this council and a petition. So my concern is that by removing it, it takes away some of the important work that's been done in the past. And if it doesn't make the cut with the road study to be done, my fear is that it then is, some of the work that's been done is lost. Just my thought on that.
I guess we can ask Director Frame to speak to that, or Director Yukivi to speak to that. Would that affect the work that's been done, or would stuff be lost?
Through you, Chair, it needn't be lost. The work that's been done has flagged that, and so through the roads needs study is only one input into determining the sequence of what work gets done on what roads. We take public input. We're implementing technologies to have a look at the condition of roadways. So there's more than one input, and ultimately, if it is the will of committee or council to direct staff to turn their attention to a particular roadway, we would follow that direction.
A follow-up, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick follow-up. I personally believe it should be kept on the list, but that's my opinion.
Okay, and at the end, we can chat about if you want to do an amendment or a motion. We'll go over to Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Chair Morrison. Yeah, I'm in agreement with the one-way street study to keep on. I mean, I'm not a fan, like Councillor Stone, of one-way streets, but I don't think this was more, again, as Councillor Fitzgerald brought up, it's not about a traffic study as opposed to the parking. We're talking about that coming up with BIA, and it was the option to do some angled parking, and specifically in here, it does state High Street, Princess, and Caroline. Those were the ones they were specifically wanting to look at, and if I'm remembering and channeling the previous councillor that sat in this chair, that was sort of his goal and vision, was to look at that particular options around and create angled parking as the option. So I wouldn't want to necessarily lose that. And I'm with Councillor Fitzgerald. I will sign anything that has to do with the Toboggan Hill so we can keep our festivities going for winter carnivals.
Excellent. Thank you. Pass over to Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I on that last point, I don't disagree about keeping the one-way street in, but it really then the direction is, well, what are you doing with it, right? We didn't put it through the last budget cycle. It's been sitting, and I think that's what Reva's looking for is, so if we keep it in, then what's the decision? Are we now suggesting that we ask ops to go forward and hire a consultant to do that? Or that's a much bigger question. So I don't know if we were to remove it today and then come back to it as part of another study, if we're looking at parking or something like that. I don't know, unless it's okay just to have it in there and let it sit. And
Okay, thank you, Mayor Alcock. Do you want to speak to that? Director Frame will speak to that.
Thank you, through you, Chair Morrison. So I do want to point out, too, that there are a number of other parking-related directives on the list in Appendix C. So parking is not going to get lost. The one-way streets study, and I don't think it ever will. It's a hot topic, right? The one-way streets study, that specific direction to do a study of the feasibility of one-way streets on those specific locations. So that's the directive we're proposing to remove, not one-way streets as it relates to parking.
Okay, thank you. Reva, over to Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. Thanks, Reva, for that. Guaranteed I will not let that slide when we do come back to parking discussions and studies. I'm happy to remove it for the ease of paperwork and us not having redundant stuff on our books. It's ever evolving, and I think as we solve one parking issue. New ones are going to be created with growth and expansion and infill and everything else. So it's something we're going to be dealing with for our lifetime. So I will bring it up when we get to the next step in parking and in roads.
Thank you, and I think Councillor Schumacher and I will certainly support you on that. Any other questions around the table? And I guess I will ask Councillor Clark regarding the Ripple and Pallet. Is it something you would want to put a motion on to amend, or?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd like to see it stay on, and if it met the roads in 2024, if it was part of the road projects to be done, then we could remove it then. So yeah, I'd like to put a motion on that we keep it on this list for now. Thank you.
Okay, now Director Frame's going to speak to it, but I wonder, a question I have on that when I read the comments, it sounds like part of the direction was already done. Like there's been some work into it, and it is going to be part of the roads needs study for 2024. So Director Frame, how do you think that would be affected if we took it off?
So, you know, as Director Ukivi had said, the roads needs study is just one piece of determining what roads need to get done. So our asset management process is another piece of that. So the roads needs study kind of goes into that and helps feed it. But we do look at the condition ratings of every road. So this directive is specific to just these roads, right? Whereas the roads needs study and our overall asset management planning takes all of that into account and helps determine which roads get done. So it's not just looking at one road, it's looking at the entire road network and what really needs to get done when. So if that provides a little bit more insight.
Okay, Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Chair. I understand that. I just think that if it's not on the list, it's out of sight, out of mind, and then I just wish that everybody could understand the volume of calls I get on this particular road. Thank you.
So, Councillor Clark, I'm seeing your point. When you read the comments from Director Frame, it says that evaluate the service levels and report back with options to expedite road repairs in the area. So I appreciate where you're coming from. Would you like to see a report come back on that? Because has a report come back on that previously?
Sorry, through you, Chair Morrison.
Okay, CEO Corey, if you can speak to whether a report has come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd have to I don't believe it has. I'd have to get Director Ukivi to confirm that. But I think the important thing to note is that we still are obligated to maintain standards. So even though there may be a desire for additional road work, we are maintaining that. It is on the roads capital list, and to Director Frame's point, is addressed in the capital asset plan. So it's never going to get lost per se. So we do have to maintain the standards to appropriate standards on that road. So if Director Ukivi would like to expand on that perhaps and answer your first question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Director Ukivi.
Through you, Chair. The idea is that the minimum maintenance standards need to be met at all times, and we're putting in a far more robust monitoring program than we ever have had before, including employing the use potentially of an AI solution that we're trialing at the moment. Looking at roadways, and it's identifying a sequence of roadways that need to be done fairly urgently and very, very quickly within just 1 week of driving the roadways. So one road isn't going to get lost over another, and the question always becomes, where do we start in terms of the capital budget dollars we're given each year to do the road work? The maintenance work will continue regardless and meet drivable or minimum maintenance standards.
Okay, and I think to Councillor Clark's point, at some point, somebody determined that this direction should have been given, and this direction was given with a report to come back, and I think it would be prudent on us, for the people that live up in that area that were told a report might be coming, to maybe revisit that? Is that, because Councillor Clark, would that be satisfactory to you?
Thank you, Chair. At this point, I'd just be happy to have it remain on the list. That's all I'm asking.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you. I support Councillor Clark in that, partially because of when you read that in a previous council suggested that we wanted a report back on that specifically, and it hasn't, but we've known that it's been out there and it doesn't get lost, to your point, Councillor Clark. And so I don't think there's any harm in keeping it in there, right? But the moment that we remove it, it sends a different message. So I support Councillor Clark in that.
Yeah, and I agree. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, thank you, Mr. Chair, just in regards to Mayor Alcock's comments. I mean, I don't want to take away the importance of the work that's been done. And the perception is by removing this item is that the work that was done by the residents doesn't matter. And it does matter.
Okay, and to our clerks, how would we amend to keep that one included? Would there be an accept this or something like that? And while you think about that answer, I'll go to Councillor Cluche.
For the amendment, can we not wait in case we can do a whole bunch on one? Then rather doing one individual one?
Yeah, so we'll keep asking questions knowing that that's something that we're going to address in an amendment. Any other comments on Director Frame's report? Okay, seeing none, I'll just have the clerks discuss what the best way is to amend that.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So we can actually put Councillor Clark's motion on the floor to make sure that that one item remains, which is the Ripple and Pallet Lake. Or if Councillor Clark is okay with it, we can do everything all in one.
Thank you, Clerk Clay. Whatever you think is the best way to do it.
Okay, if we could
So
put
you're
it
the
all
boss.
in one.
Yep,
The Deputy Clerk will put it up.
perfect. It's on the way. And then do you need me to read just the new part? Or just tell me what to do, basically?
So Chair Morrison, the first thing is the Ripple and Pallet Lake, and down further in the motion where the director had crossed out 21922 or left it in, we crossed that out. That was the Ripple and Pallet Lake motion, so we've crossed it out to show that it remains. And the direction, am I understanding correctly on the toboggan? Is that correct? And the Community Land Trust, if that is correct. I did not hear the third bullet. If we can remove that, or?
It sounds like we're okay with removing, but we want to do a site visit, is that, or does somebody want to keep that one in? Okay. Okay, so status quo, but to arrange a site visit for council members?
If I can ask for
CEO.
clarification, Chair Morrison? So will the council members be going individually on their own, or are we having a special council meeting altogether?
We would do individual visits on their own.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to go over to CEO Corey for a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, pardon me. So I do believe that it actually just states that we included in the 2024 budget for a repair, so that gives time for committee members to go and have a look. The direction we have right now is to put it in the budget for consideration, so I think that's reasonable.
Perfect. And to our deputy clerk, would you like me just to highlight the red parts of the motion? Okay. So we'll start at the top. So it's moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by, do I need a seconder? Councillor Cluche? Oh, yeah. Councillor Fitzgerald's been removed from there. We didn't trust him. So it's the amendments that we're doing after Appendix A as amended, and we're adding in Pallet and Ripple Lake Road, Pallet and Ripple Lake Roads, and further down after Toboggan Hill, we're adding leave the signage in place indefinitely and remove from outstanding directives. On the Land Trust, we're adding in staff request the Muskoka Community Land Trust come forward with an update when they have their business case ready. And on the Forbes Hill, we're adding to be included in the 2024 budget. And we're striking 219-22 from the motion. Any comments on this? And I will say, I'll call the question on the amendment, or just on the motion? Call the question on the amendment. All in favor? And I'll call the question on the motion as amended. All in favor? Okay, and that carries. Thank you, Director Frame. That was great. Perfect. Okay. We have Director McKenzie coming back up, and let me get back to my spot. Okay, Director McKenzie is bringing in a report regarding Corp 2023-49, and I do have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher and seconded by Councillor Cloutier. It is recommended that committee approve the 2023 Q2 budget deviations that have not yet been previously approved by motion, as outlined in Appendix B of Report Corp 2023-49. I'll hand it over to Julie and Suzanne.
So thank you, Chair Morrison. I just wanted to welcome Suzanne Diller, who is our new Deputy Treasurer for the town. She does come to us from Parry Sound, and she holds our CPA designation. And we're very excited to have her as part of our finance team. And you will see her as part of the budget process moving forward. This year, we, just to let you know, we have condensed our forecast to budget report so that in the package that we have provided just the divisional forecasts at a high level, rather than all the detail. And that's just so we don't have such large agenda packages, but we have actually posted the detail on our town website, so it is available so that we're still providing all the information, but we're just reducing the size of the agenda package. So overall at this time, staff have gone through their budgets and have a forecasted deficit of around 91,000. And just to note, this is less than 1% of the total budget, or specifically 0.47 of the budget, which is a reasonable variance given the size of our budget, and especially this early in the year. So at this point, we're not concerned with what the results are at this time. The deviations that have been provided in Appendix B have been outlined and expected and are normal to see this many changes throughout the year. There are some projects on there that we have had in the queue, but we're not able to finalize until we had more detail, which happened after the budget. We also have projects that have already been approved by council that are on the list. So these are not being recommended in this report, but are just there for information. We also have updates to capital projects that have been included, listing any that have moved to the subsequent year, or also any pricing changes that we know at this point. And most of the items that are on the deviation list are funded from a different source. And if not, they're showing as an impact to the levy, which comes up with the 91,000. And we are required under our budget and financial reporting policy to provide any deviations and have them approved by council that are over 25,000. So senior managers will continue with their staff to review and monitor spending to ensure that we're maintaining the spend within budget where possible at the end of the year, so that we are coming in at budget. Also in the package this year, we provided a summary of the 2024 budget changes that are known at this point, based on decisions that have been made in the 23 budget process, and also over the past year to date, or current year to date, I guess. These changes do represent a significant impact for the 2024 budget, and these will be addressed in the 2024 budget guidelines as we move forward, which will be coming forward in September.
Thank you, Director McKenzie, and welcome, Suzanne. You'll be going to see a lot of Corey and I apologize for that in advance. Any questions from council on this report? Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. Just a quick question. When there is a deviation, for example, with the parking lot of the annex, where is that noted in the budget itself? Like if it's a deviation, it was $56,000 that was allocated, and then we increased it to 116, I believe. Is it just, I just couldn't find where that, where the deviation is actually noted. Did I just not see it?
I have to check, but I think this is one that we have missed on our sheet, so we'll have to update it for that. Yes.
Thank you.
Great question, Councillor Renwick, and we'll see if Director McKenzie can find that while we go. Any other questions around the table? We'll do Mayor Alcock and then Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. A question on the departmental breakdown, and there's a deviation of 84,448 for parks and cemeteries, and I couldn't find that, and I wasn't sure, it's just my memory, I can't remember what that was for.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and Director McKenzie will look that up.
I'm sure it's important, I just couldn't.
So, sorry, this is one where it is made up of a whole bunch of smaller variances. And so that's why it's not on the sheet specifically, because there's no variance specifically over $25,000. So when you look at the detail in parks and cemeteries, you will see the exact line where all those variances occur.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director McKenzie. Any other questions? Councillor Stone.
I just want to make sure Suzanne knows that we're not really all this fun and friendly. Wait till we get to budget.
The warning's been sent. There you go. Anybody else, any questions around the table? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that carries. And Director McKenzie will keep looking for the question Helena or Councillor Renwick had and get back to us on that, I'm sure. The next report is for information only by CAO Corey, CAO 2023-6 Lakeland Holding Limited Annual Shareholders Meeting 2022 Annual Report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I had the pleasure of attending the AGM for Lakeland Holding this year on behalf of Mayor Alcock, and the report is attached for your information, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Perfect. And it was a great report. Does anybody have any questions of CAO Corey on the report about the Lakelands AGM? Okay, seeing none, I will pass the chair back over to Mayor Alcock.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for all of your work. So we are going to move right into new business, and starting with the first deputation, 6.1, the request for Beaver Dam bylaw amendment. And I was just leaning over to our deputy clerk to see if we have some proposed draft wording. Maybe I could read it and then hear what people think about that. My guess is that it will have something to do about asking staff to either work with the deputant or just explore. I haven't seen it. Oh, I need a mover and a seconder. Yes, Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Stone. I personally really enjoyed the presentation, and I think I support the initiative, so that's just my take on it. It has been moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that staff be directed to review and report back on the concerns as presented by Alison Withey, Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary, regarding bylaw 2021-53, management of beaver dams. Do we want to be a little more directive than that? Just questions or comments? Councillor Morrison.
I think this is a great situation where we all learned something today, and I think, but we also aren't equipped to make a decision on that. So I think really it's just a matter of staff reviewing to ensure if it is prudent for us to change that bylaw.
Yeah.
I think that's all. And
okay. So that does it then?
I think it does.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. So Councillor Cluche.
Through you. Have we had problems, or is there problems with our current bylaw the way it sits? Like, if we haven't had, like, I know they brought some good proposals, but in our bylaw, the way it sits now, I know it's a little bit different than what they want, but, you know, are we wasting time? You know, I just want to make sure that our bylaw that we have now isn't filling what's supposed to be, what it's done for, and that we're not sending staff for another doing, you know, is it?
As I understand it, The bylaw that we have now is, for all intents and purposes, a good thing. It does allow our staff to go on. We actually had a huge debate whether or not it should be a bylaw officer. It was originally drafted as a bylaw officer who didn't really know a whole lot about the ins and outs of a beaver dam. So we elevated it to, I think, the director that was allowed to go on, I could be corrected on that, to the site. But it goes almost directly to the trapping as opposed to an interim step. And I think that's what Allison was trying to point out, that if you want to be responsive and if there is potential to have a flooding situation where we did on Williamsport, which cost us a whole bunch of money, then if they don't move in that extreme, in some people's eyes, extreme direction, then they'll be liable. So there isn't an in-between. And so all she's suggesting is, could we have the in-between option? We still can get to the most extreme option, but could we try and insert something halfway through? So I think I support it. At least I support our staff exploring that option with the wildlife sanctuary. Yes.
Follow up, was there any cost to the training from the Beaver company? Was there, did they mention any cost
They
in
didn't,
there?
so I think that's why
Could
this.
be something that we could look into.
Yes, I think absolutely that this motion is reporting back on all of the implications of moving forward with this option. Yeah. Yes, Councillor Schumacher, followed by Councillor Morrison.
Just want to make sure you did actually change it to Aspen Valley, correct? Not Aspiden, because I think it's wrong in the minutes.
Okay, yes, all right, Aspen. All right, so we will.
And maybe incorporate Fur Bearers or Beaver Institute if we need to as a check-in, but.
Or if they're consulting with the sanctuary, then perhaps they will bring them in, right? Okay. Councillor Morrison.
And I guess the only thing I would caution, I guess we can deal with it when it comes back, is just to ensure that we still have the right to make some final decisions. Like the co-exchange, all that stuff that they're talking about is a great idea, but if a resident thinks, hey, I'm just gonna find a way, but then we're like, no, we need to do this now, we need to trap, then we need the final say.
I totally support that, and from what I heard this morning, I'm pretty sure Allison was saying that too. It was just providing the option. Right now, it's either this or this, and there isn't an in-between. So it's allowing for that, but it's also putting restrictions on timing. If it's really, there's an urgent situation, well, then it has to be dealt with quickly. So again, we're asking for a report. That's the way I see it. Director Yukivi, you're looking like, would you like to, okay, all right. But I noticed you were on a tilt, so I thought, well, maybe that's, you're at the ready. That was good, okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Should the motion, all right. I haven't read it? No. Have I? Okay. Okay, so we can look at it one more time. Moved by Helene Renwick, second by Bob Zen, recommend Staffy Director review and the regarding Okay, is that direct? Yeah? Comments? Councillor Renwick? Okay. All right, so then I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries, I think, all the way around. Was that a hand up, Councillor Stone? I think it was. Okay, perfect. All right, so that's great. And then moving to the next item, Deputation 6.2, the request for exemption to short-term rental accommodation bylaw. I don't know if we have a draft on this, but I do believe that that Chris Nagy is looking for a motion from us to at least provide direction on this. So I guess I'll put it, yes, Councillor Morrison.
So let's make this brief. I can't support this in any way. I will say I respect that the owners of this place seem to be very good renters. I mean, it sounds like they're being good educators to their people, but I can't justify going over the amount we have because it's a very slippery slope. And then all of a sudden everybody's allowed to have groups of 16 or 18. So I would like to put a motion on the floor that we deny the application, deny the exemption.
Okay. Could our deputy clerk put that motion on the floor? Do we have a seconder? Yes, Councillor Stone. I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that committee deny an exception request to short-term rental accommodation bylaw 2022-91 to allow Julie and Norm Johnson, 18 Holgren Lane, to increase the maximum number of occupants within the short-term rental accommodation from 10 to 16. Okay, are there any questions with respect to that motion? Okay, I don't see any, so I am going to call the question. All those in favor? That actually carries all the way around. That was unanimous. So there we go. Moving right along to Deputation 6.3, the Downtown Huntsville BIA parking requests. So I don't know if we have a draft motion on this. We do. We always have a draft motion. It's so great. So great. All right. Could we, do I have a mover and a seconder just to put the motion on the screen? Yes, Councillor Renwick and Councillor Schumacher. I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Schumacher, whereas the Downtown Huntsville BIA presented downtown Huntsville parking capacity concerns from its membership and from members of the public, and whereas the BIA has requested that the town evaluate the current availability of parking and the parking capacity in downtown Huntsville and the surrounding areas, and whereas the BIA request includes evaluation of locations, capacity, time limits, paid parking options, and transit options to move people from more distant parking to downtown, in addition to completing the implementation of wayfinding that identifies parking. Now, therefore, it is recommended that committee direct staff to draft a plan to objectively evaluate all aspects of current downtown parking capacity and present the plan at the October General Committee meeting for committee's consideration. Whoa, sorry, thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right, Councillor Stone.
So that last stanza, the last paragraph, sounds like it's a whole lot more work for our staff than is necessary.
Right. I think so.
I think one of the requests from the BIA was to revisit a consideration for parking along Darrahowell Way.
Yes.
So I think I'd like staff to enter discussions with them.
Revisit
to
the discussion.
revisit that,
Have
yep.
the discussion.
And I would also like to suggest that staff speak to the BIA about installation of more bike racks, which helps the parking issue and sends a good message.
Okay, so further consultation around the bike racks, as well as the parking around on Darrahowell Way. Yeah. Two specific things. All right, any other comments with respect to that proposal? Deputy Mayor Armour, I saw you mumble, so I'm going to say something. I'm going to ask you to mumble loudly.
It sounded to me like it was almost a parking study.
Yeah, I know. I know. I think we all had a bit of that reaction when I read it. I was sort of, oh, wow. And trying to maybe revisit the Darrahowell Way issue. I don't think this council has had the opportunity to have that particular discussion. So let's have that opportunity with this council. Might be different. I'm happy to revisit that.
Can I just suggest that after revisit opening Darrahowell Way,
to revisit the
specifically
parking.
to
revisit
parking
along Darrahowell Way.
Yeah.
And then everybody knows what we mean by
Exactly.
that, right? Okay. To revisit parking along Darrahowell Way and installation of bike racks in the BI, in the downtown. How about in the downtown? Okay. That's pretty clear. All right, any other comments or questions with respect to that? Okay, I'm not seeing, oh, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair. If you could just go back up again to the top, just,
Sure.
I just want to take a quick
I
read
can't do
through.
it, but I can't do it, but our
Sure.
deputy
Our
clerk can do
deputy
it.
clerks can.
She's really capable. Okay. So they did request all of those things, and this is actually what we think we're ready to accommodate at this point, right? And so, with that, I don't see any other questions or comments, so I am going to call the question. All those in favor? That carries unanimously, too. What fun we have ahead. Oh, boy. Okay. So, we have another item under new business, 9.4, delegated authority for amendments to roadworks list. And that was you, that was Bob, that was Councillor Stone. Yes.
So at council, we had a list of roads that needed to be reconsidered by council for staff to go and work on these roads, because the level of need changed, and I don't think it's appropriate that council decides on what roads. As long as staff is working within the budget, I expect them to go and take care of the roads to their best of their ability. So this is an attempt at delegation of authority for staff to go and do their best.
Okay, have there been previous discussions around this? That would be good. And CAO Corey would like to jump in. That's great.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I'll do my best and pull back in my memory bank. But in previous terms of council, there was a desire for staff to provide the actual list of the roads that would be dealt with in a budget year. And that provided the opportunity for the residents to have an idea, okay, where's my road on the list and when is it being done? So if we had 10 roads listed on the report, then those who were on the roads knew that, great, my road is going to be done this year. But then what was happening was something happened, and road number 15 had a major collapse, or whatever the case may be, and had to deal with it, which meant the funds set aside for road capital works no longer could fund those 10 roads. So staff would repair what had to be done, and everybody got bounced down. So the person that was road number 10 wasn't too happy, because now they're not, that they were promised in the budget that it was going to be done. Now it's not going to be done. So in previous councils, that was the reasoning behind listing the roads. I think in discussions with Director Ukivi, it's posing some operational problems. You saw it on Monday night where staff literally had to bring a report back for approval for something that had to be done. So I think what's being proposed today is allowing a bit more flexibility. It would also allow some flexibility for if construction is expected on a road, and say we said we were going to do 3.4 kilometers, and that's what's on the road needs study, our director doesn't have the authority to do an extra foot on that road. So I think if we do allow some authority to staff who are responsible for the road works, from an operational perspective, it certainly would be a better process. So that's the history on why the road list was made public in previous terms of council.
Okay, that's appreciated, and certainly thinking about Monday night, you know, that seems a bit silly. You're quite right. Councillor Fitzgerald. See? See? I pay attention. I do.
Yippee. Yeah, I like the conversation on Monday, and I think that's something that should happen. And I think it's happened previously. We had a little more leeway in our wording in our bylaws. We also talked about deviations for emergencies, which I think we don't really have a contingency set up for that in our budget, and we should have a contingency set up for that in our budget moving forward, so things don't get bumped. When we have an emergency, it comes out of a contingency fund set up for those emergencies, and roads 1 through 10 get done, or whatever happens to be in the budget. Because, and I love this example, from Highway 141 to number 1, Old Muskoka Road, has been on the list since I've been on council, and it's still not done. And we had how many signatures on a 600? I don't know. So, we're doing great, and I love what we've done with our roads needs study when we've done them and followed them, and we can still get better. So I think we need to implement these things, and thanks for bringing it forward, Councillor Stone.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what I've heard so far, and Monday night was a good example, like Councillor Stone said, where that's really a repair. That's not, I wouldn't consider that to be a capital budget expense. It's not like we're putting a new road down, we're repairing a road. So either we need to budget for repairs and have an account for repairs so that our staff have the ability to do repairs, or we do what the CAO has suggested, and that is, there's funds set aside for the whole department, with the understanding that, not everything may get done. I don't really have an issue with putting a list out of roads that we propose to be done, but we have to be clear if we put a list out to the public that we're saying, here's the list we're putting out. It may change depending on if we have an emergency or something that needs to be fixed. To me, that seems like common sense. There might be some people that would be upset where a road gets bumped, but I think that, if folks have to understand that if there's an emergency situation or something that has happened, that may change things. I think that's fair, and I think that makes the most sense.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important that we continue with the list, and primarily because it's going to happen next year. We're going to hear from constituents, when's my road going to be fixed? And we're going to be inundating the Public Works Department with emails, asking them where this road is on the list. So I think if it's clear we have a list of 10 roads, and we explain the fact that if emergencies happen, things may be deviated from that list, but I think it's important just to save those extra work.
So, and I think the motion that we're about to put forward is basically, it's not saying, let's get rid of the list. We're just giving flexibility. We're giving staff delegated authority to do exactly what they did in front of us on Monday night. But I do think there is a larger discussion during the budget cycle about setting aside a different line item for maintenance, right? And I think, Councillor Clark, you said that very well, that I'm not sure that the two different practices should be coming out of the same pile of money, right? So that, though, is a discussion during budget, to me. Yes, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. The other thing that we're talking about delegated authority. I mean, so the other thing we could maybe talk about is putting a cap on that delegated authority. So, if it's over a certain amount of money, in that case that the roads department would have to come to us and ask. But if it's just something like we dealt with on
Monday,
Old North Road Monday and Allensville, they wouldn't have to. So that's just another thought about maybe having a cap of some sort there.
I think that's not a bad idea. I'm not quite sure how do we determine what the cap is? I know, Councillor Stone, you've had your hand up for ages. So,
I just wanted to speak to the idea of maintaining the list of roads. And I don't have a problem with that, but let's under-promise and over-deliver. So maybe we don't put the list of 30 roads on. Let's put the top 10, and that way we have some wiggle room to, and we'll probably achieve those.
Okay. All right. So CAO Corey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So staff absolutely support having the list. We need some kind of directive that we as a team collectively, council and staff, can focus on. The other thing I know the director's been chatting about is actually coming up with a 10-year plan. Gives us a little bit more room to move. And to Councillor Stone's point, perhaps if we have $10 million in a budget to do road work, maybe we're only doing 8 of those million to keep 2 million available for work that needs to be done. So maybe we are over-promising a little bit, so maybe we need to pull it back a little bit, give the director the flexibility to deal with those things, report accordingly, and then the community still understands what our intentions are for that budget year. But I think a 10-year plan will be very helpful.
And again, part of our budget cycle on the two components, right? The 8 million, 2 million, 2 million reserve. I see Director McKenzie would like to say something. Thank you for that, Director.
I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I know the capital for roads has been something that we've talked about a lot this year and throughout the budget process, and we have identified that it is something that we do need to bring forward as part of that budget and financial controls policy. Just with some of the things you guys are talking about, it does impact 4 different policies. It impacts the budget and financial controls, the financial reserves policy, the capital asset strategic policy, and the TCA policy. Those are all going to be impacted by some of the things that some of the discussions that we're having now, and I think that's great. So we would really like some time to be able to look at it and see what we can come up with to make the process a lot better next year. Not necessarily delegating in the delegation of authority bylaw, because then it's kind of adding a delegation outside of our budget policy, which makes it a little bit confusing. And so we would like to make sure that we have the time to bring back all the required information so that we've got a good policy or good process going forward from here on in.
So I really support exactly everything you said, and I think that's great. And I love the fact when we start exploring and we're changing everything all at once, that it's only a discussion. And so it makes sense that we're saying bring this back during our next budget cycle, and that's great. Does, though, the recommended delegation of authority that we're talking about today, is that something that I think? That's the motion. I know, so. Yeah, let's look at, and then Julia, can you respond to the motion that's in front of us? That would be great. Oh, she wrote it. Well, why didn't you tell me this? I didn't know any of this. I hate being blindsided, okay. But I don't like that. All right, I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that staff bring forward recommendations to amend the budget and financial controls policy and other applicable policies to provide more flexibility to the Director of Operations to make changes to the roads capital projects throughout each budget year. So that's a great motion. That's a perfect motion. I like that one too. I don't love it in the same way I love that last one. But it's a good motion. All right. Any questions or comments about this? Councillor Schumacher.
Okay, so in this, we're not losing our list, because that is the key piece. Okay. Yeah, because as I said, I think with like the intersection, we sent them out to do some work around the stop signs and traffic counts, and I know I had given some direction. And then from those things that we've given direction to comes back all of these issues, right? So just to make sure we're covering it all, okay.
Okay, are there any other questions about that motion? Okay, I don't see any, so I am going to call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Oh my God, Councillor Stone. Uh-oh, well, we have a point of clarification on a previous item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to confirm that the deviation for the annex is included on the chart and it was not missed by staff. So I think that's important to note publicly. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Councillor Renwick just said thank you. Right. Okay, perfect. Well, we are close to being done, but we are not completely because Director Frame would like to speak to the strategic plan survey because we have a new audience today. And so I think it's another opportunity for our audience who might be listening to us today for General Committee, our strategic plan survey. No, Director Frame. Oh, not Stone. Unless you were, are you a director? Yeah. Well, that's payback, Councillor Stone. That's payback. Because Director Frame.
Okay.
Over to you. We're all getting a bit punchy. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. So as you mentioned, I did mention this on Monday night as well, but I just wanted to provide a very quick update on the strategic plan project for those members of the community listening that did not tune into council on Monday night. So our marketing and communications team have created a new myhuntsville.ca engagement page that includes a lot of really great information about the project, and it explains what a strategic plan actually is. So really, in order to develop a strategic plan that's really representative of the entire community, we need to engage as many different areas of the population as we can, different segments of the population. So we're planning several different avenues that allow community members to provide feedback. So the My Huntsville page will include a link to the online community survey that will be launched by the end of this week. We're going to also have paper copies of the survey available at various town locations and town facilities. So there's going to be details of where those completed forms can be dropped off as well. So in addition to the online and paper surveys, we're also going to be hosting several community pop-up events at various locations throughout the long weekend in August. There will be 2 in Huntsville and 1 in Port Sydney. The My Huntsville page will include dates, times, and locations of all of these pop-ups once they are confirmed. So the pop-ups really will provide people with an opportunity to come and speak directly to us and provide feedback one-on-one to staff and the consultants. We do really want to hear what the community has to say. So I encourage everybody to participate, spread the word about the survey, come see us at the community pop-ups. It's a really great opportunity for people to have their voices heard and help shape the community moving forward. So, thank you.
And thank you for that update. I didn't say on your previous note, I recognize the amount of work that must have gone into all of those strategic initiatives. It must have been phenomenal, and so a fantastic report. I didn't say it before, and I meant to say it, so thank you for all of that. So with that, I am going to my last motion. Oh, it's right here, and it's right here. I have a motion, and thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Renwick. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 2:27 p.m. All those in favor?